racing game that hates me. This is Driftforce. Now, of course, I call it that because it can be frustrating to play, and it almost feels like a rage game, despite being more of a racing game. You'll see as we go along, I'm sure. But first I want to say that I have played a little bit of it, just so I have a basic understanding and can explain some things. It is, there's a lot I haven't seen, however. So let's go into start race here. You've got infinite mode here, linear mode over there, and as we continue on, track mode, block mode, space mode, narrow mode. I haven't looked at any of these except for infinite mode, and I've only looked at a single seed. If you go to leaderboard here, seed 5. So there's a few different seeds in here for each different map that you play. I've played only seed 5. I've gotten a decent rank in it, but just to keep myself a little bit limited on my total understanding of the game, but knowledgeable enough that I can share some of the ideas straight away. So I'll start with Seed 5, the only one that I've played, so I can show you about how good I am, and then we're going to go through the different modes and test them out. So I'm pretty excited to see what the game actually has to offer outside of just Infinite Mode, the only mode that I know on the only seed that I know, Seed 5. I actually chose Seed 5 specifically because I think the record times on it were a little bit shorter, so the amount of time I would have to play before reaching them hopefully would be lower, and the amount of things I could experience before reaching them would probably be a lot, because assumedly that's why a lot of people lost earlier on Seed 5. But hopefully I can kind of impress here. A big core mechanic to it, and I'm wondering, by the way, I'm wondering how well I'll be able to maintain proper dialogue, conversation as I'm going here, because it is pretty fast-paced. But a core mechanic to the game here is, of course, if you hit a wall, you take damage. In the bottom left, you can see my hull, currently at 100%. If that goes down, it can go all the way to 0 before I will explode. And then once, boom, I'm gone, I lose one of those blue circles, or blue lines, I guess. If I lose one of those, no big deal, but if I lose all of them, then I do lose, and then I have to restart to try to go for a time again. I can get new pieces of my hull back again so that I can keep going, but that's rewarded for getting a certain amount of distance into the match. Now, in terms of how well I'm doing, the important thing, you see these orbs that I'm getting, the important thing is to get those, basically as many of those as you can to increase your score. The green orbs give 1,000 score, the yellow only give 500, and the best score I've gotten on this is actually a decent amount, 140,000 or something like that, but it feels like you get more score over time somehow. Unfortunately, I can't exactly, slow it down to check too well, so I'm not sure why, but it might just be that I'm lasting long enough, to be fair. But I think the longest that I've made it in this this route is 6 minutes, so, not a super long amount of time. 6 minutes and something. But yeah, we'll see how well I can do on this one, and this will probably give you a decent understanding of my ability and also what to sort of expect from the game. And if that's all you want, not a big deal, but if you want to see the other game modes, because I'm pretty curious what they are and how they work, then for sure stick around. It does progressively get substantially harder. See, I run into a wall there. Luckily, you can see I got some whole pieces still left, so we're good. But if I lose all those, I'm gone. Running straight into a wall does a ton of damage. Hitting against a wall like this doesn't do a whole lot. I actually don't know with the green walls. It feels like those do very little, if any, damage. I don't really know how those work fully yet. But yeah, this is substantially harder, if it's not clear, than the last place. Okay. But I have beaten through this, and I'm pretty confident I can do it live right now. I don't feel like talking during this is actually keeping me from focusing as badly as I thought it would, although the quality of the conversation might be a little bit lower than normal, so apologies ahead of time. Or maybe it'll be much higher. Not so likely. Maybe it is distracting a little bit, but not too bad, not too bad. So luckily on this map, you get to restart in this location right behind the object that mainly kills me, so I get a little bit of an easier time dealing with that one. Okay, so this is like a series of holes, basically. So you go through these little tunnels, and you have this series of pulls. This one's really not so terrible, as long as I'm a little bit careful, a little bit focused. It's not as bad as some of the future stuff. There's something really crazy coming up a little bit later, though, that I have managed to beat, but it's pretty insane, to be honest. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Hopefully I can get there. Jeez. All right, having a tough time with this spot. Luckily, again, we're a little bit further in, spawning in. There's certain sets of sort of checkpoints that make it a bit easier. I'm hoping I can get a lot further, though, because I have beaten well past this, in all fairness. Oh, come on. Okay, we might have to reset this one. Not a big deal. That's kind of a general showcase of it, but I've gotten not quite, but about double this score before. The best that I've done, there's a little bit left to see. I'll see if I can get there. I'll probably just do this one more try, and then we'll check out the other game modes. I'm hoping that I can showcase the future stuff, because that early stuff is challenging, and you can tell, hopefully, that I am speeding up over time. So I start at 945 speed or so, and it goes up and up and up over 1,000 and whatever. Just keeps going up. Bottom right there is where you see my speed. That is another side to it that makes it more difficult, is speed goes up, so you have a combination of increasing obstacles and types of obstacles, but the later obstacles are really bizarre. So I think you guys are going to get a kick out of that, if I can make it there. We're going to hope for the best. The beginning is pretty easy, to be honest. And then I eat my words and slam into a pole, right? But usually I can manage that one without missing too many orbs. I usually miss that one, though, because it's right behind a set of poles, and I don't love that idea. Okay, careful there. You have kind of a strafe and a turn, so the mouse lets you turn, and A and D let you strafe. It's good to kind of use them in conjunction with each other, and there's some areas where actually you want to be doing them in opposite directions, which is kind of strange, but it's nice. It's something I'm not super used to, and adds a little bit of extra complexity to the idea of a racing game. Because usually with a racing game, you just have, like, let's say, a wheel, whereas in this one you have two different movement systems at the same time. Okay. Ugh. Pretty exciting. Ooh, okay. That one's kind of tight, to be honest. Okay, around this curve. Oh, I hit that wall. Once you hit a wall, it is really hard to correct. Somehow, actually hitting walls there corrected for me a lot better than it would have if I didn't. I had to hit the walls to get around those obstacles. Might have looked like I was messing up, but be assured that I know exactly what I'm doing when I slam into the wall in a spaceship. It's actually a corrective decision. Okay. Let's see here. This spot is really easy. So this little middle area is kind of like a break from the intensity where you can just get some points and get your hull repaired. Especially this is kind of meant to make sure you get the hull repaired. You also get, I think, what, 1,500 for the blue? Not bad at all. In terms of score, you'd hate to miss that. Because that's worth 3 of the yellow, and it's worth... Ooh, well, it's worth a shield as well. The hull is the more important part of that, to be sure. It's okay to miss some points every once in a while. But really not good to miss hull repair. That would be very bad. Oh, I usually go that route because it's got the green. But maybe I shouldn't be. Well, now I got the green anyway. I'll go the left route. Technically, the left route's a little bit easier, but there's a later part in the map where I kind of have to go that route. So, like, not that route, but a similarly, like, thin route. So I'd like to get kind of used to it. Ooh, it's harder to... Woo! Okay, let's do it again. Come on, no! Okay, you're not supposed to use A and D in that thin of a space. You're really mainly supposed to use your mouse, I think, to just gently guide. Oh, gosh dang it. Okay. And if I lose early here, it is what it is. Maybe we'll return to it after I've checked out the other things, because I do want to see the rest of the game. This is just the side of it I'm kind of familiar with. Okay. Okay, through there. Through here. Ooh, through there. Yeesh. Hate that. Okay, those can directly stomp on you if you're not... It really depends on the timing of them. So it's always frustrating when they do stomp down. You kind of... Sometimes you have to, like, switch between the direction you're facing. Gosh dang it. Okay. Okay, I still have one more hole. We carry on. And I'm here, so it's not the worst place to be. If I can get past this part... Oh, you see that? Oh, they can't stomp directly on you. Exactly what I was afraid of. Okay, we're going to return to this one later. This is the one I have the most confidence in, and I've gotten, you can see, 163. I can do it, but I want to check out the other maps real quick, too. So, for Infinite Mode, we'll come back. Maybe we'll go through Infinite Mode later. The rest of the maps, there's 6 different maps for Infinite Mode, but we're going to try out a new mode, Linear. Hey, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm enjoying this one so far. Lapidab, for those who are curious, who's in my chat right now, is the one that suggested the game to me, and I've been kind of hooked on it. So the only one that I'm playing, just so that I'm not too spoiled on the game, is Seed 5 of Infinite Mode. It's the only one that I'm familiar with, and I'm ranked 36 in it. You know, I've at least I've at least gotten somewhere. You're rank 1. I understand. There are 7 for infinite. There's a random seed 2. Oh, does random just mean it pulls up whichever one? 784,000. You must have gotten... Oh. How do people... This is cheating, right? Int Sheriff? That's got to be cheating, right? There's no way. 46 seconds? Not possible. But I wonder, how do people get this drastic of differences in time? They just miss a lot? Like, if you think about 12 versus 8 minutes, and... Well, no, I guess it'd be better to look at 8 versus 12 down here. The difference in time there, the amount of score difference. 36 is already good. Thanks. Seed 6, I placed 1. Is placed 1 cheated. Yeah, that makes sense. Same thing. There was a different seed I remember seeing as well, where I felt like they cheated. Maybe it was just that one. Int share. No, it was this one. No, this is 20 minutes. They definitely could have gotten this, right? Wait. This is cheating, though, because the number is lower. How does that work? Maybe it's time-based? Everything else is legit, so there's just one person there. I'm not too worried about that. I would, as long as my score is better than anybody's, that would be the idea. That is clearly doing this legit. I'd feel pretty proud. And I can see, yeah, you're getting some good times there. So I'm going to try through the different other sets and see how they play out, and then come back to infinite mode. So linear mode. Is there a reason you can't switch seeds linear mode, I guess? So seeds, yeah, are only relevant for the other modes. Okay. So linear mode. Wide linear track filled with obstacles. Strafe and turn to avoid walls. Are these sort of like... Oh, it's random. Okay. Random seeds. So there are different seeds, potentially. Is this kind of like a practice mode? Everything else is legit. They said they played it a lot. Number is not power. It's just slimmer. Oh, it's not lower. It's just slimmer. Hold on. Okay, linear mode. Linear mode. Okay, kind of bizarre. So keep in mind, I've never played anything except for Seed 5, so I'm probably not going to take optimal paths. Holy crap. I didn't take damage there, though, huh? How did that happen? I guess you can sometimes you take no damage or take less damage, but I feel like I should have taken some hull damage there. Okay. Okay. So we're learning linear. I do actually find some linear tracks to be pretty difficult, so this could be decent practice. There are linear portions where there's so much, like, overlapping of things that it's kind of hard to hit. This feels so far really easy, but we're at the beginning, to be fair. And I'll get faster. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I also find with Seed 5, there's this part where you have to, like, you have to angle yourself weirdly to go into water. That's super bizarre. It's kind of like, it's like a straight path like this, but you have, like, a very thin space to hit into water. I know it probably just continues getting harder from there, so it's probably not actually that difficult relative to future stuff, but for me right now anyway, it feels like a pretty big increase in difficulty. Okay. Yeah, I can't look over. This is torture. Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Give me that hole. Okay, there's a hole at the end in the middle. Gotta be wary of that. Oh, boy. Alright. Yeah, I really like the ability to strafe and turn. I think it's a really fantastic element to this. It makes it way... I wonder... Oh, I bet this is why people complain, too. So, I feel like when I was playing Infinite, I felt like I don't understand how someone could look at the Infinite mode and do anything but be like, wow, this is awesome. Like, this is the perfect racing, like, rage game. This is awesome. But something like this, if someone didn't play the Infinite as much, they got kind of bored of it and tried the other things, like this is a little bit less rewarding because it's so wide open. But there isn't like a high score that's like a competitive leaderboard in this version anyway, so I feel like maybe whoever, like, because I remember on Steam there were some people there's at least one person that was complaining about it's something like this, a similar complaint. What's going on here? Oh boy. Okay, number is not lower. All the modes are random seed. Random seed is rolled when you start, and only reload. Whoa, hold on. Only rerolled when you go to the main menu. I played linear when I was starting. It's good obstacle dodge training. Gotcha. Yeah, controls are the best. I agree. Yeah, it's really cool because we're kind of, in terms of this type of game, used to like a wheel or something where you have one input that's either left turning or right turning, and then you also have like a speed control. With this, since there's no speed control, they can focus more on more enhanced or advanced versions of turning. If there's a wall that has green on it, I feel like sometimes I don't take the right amount of damage, and I feel like I'm gaining boost or something, or gaining speed. I don't totally know how that works. but that's like a feeling that I've had. Maybe I'm just sliding against the wall and it's all in my head, but that green wall, sometimes I feel like I take like no or very little damage compared to what I think I should. Oh boy, okay. We're good. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Press escape to pause. True, good point. Yeah, I have done it before on infinite mode. I'll usually do it when I'm going through an area, like well, I'm in the safe area, you know, where you get the shield or the hull. Oh, these spots are kind of hard to turn through at higher speeds. Okay. Okay. Strafe into green walls, it gives you boost and doesn't damage you. Does it give you score at all? Because in infinite mode, I feel like gaining boost doesn't really do anything for me. But if there were a speed mode, maybe, that could be better. Okay. Back to... Okay. So that's more like a training for... Which actually could be really good training for infinite mode. So you're used to the overlapping obstacles and how you want to navigate them at the higher speed. The next one I'll look at then is going to be track mode. With no obstacles and limited lives, strafe and turn to avoid walls and obstacles, survive as long as possible. No obstacles. Wait. No obstacles. Avoid obstacles. Excuse me. I need to see it. Need to see it for myself. Does give you score, but you also boosting makes your score bigger. Oh, it does? Wait. Okay, so I have to wait and boost when I... Oh, that is actually so valuable. I've been thinking, like, I don't see a point in it, so I haven't boosted at all to get the score. I don't know how... How much score does boosting give you? Does it, like, multiply or amplify score? Is it the amount you boost while you have the score stacking? Might be. All my homies hate track. Yeah, this feels a little bit strange. All my homies hate track. That's funny. But I see why. But it's actually probably pretty good for being able to make curves more efficiently at higher speed. Good training. So, amplifies score. Okay. Amplifies score. Okay, I feel like my score's not... Is it the 1.22 thing? Is that because of boosting? Or is that... What is that? Or is it because you pick up boost on the wall? Feels like Subway Surfers, but way harder. Yeah, maybe. Ah! That's fine, that's fine. I'm not too worried about dying some here. Your skill level, it may be better to not boost so you survive more. True. Were you here when I did... What, were you here when I... Okay, so... So... I'll come back to seed. It's fine, it's fine. I feel like track mode's not that interesting. We'll carry on, but... That's a multiplier. That's so valuable. I feel like there's definitely areas where I would want to boost, like on Seed 5, because I haven't boosted at all, and I'm at 160k, so that's just past that water section in it. How much further? Maybe you've probably gotten a lot further, though, to be fair. Read how to play. Okay, left, right, boost, mouse. Okay. Yellow orbs grant score, green orbs grant score and boost energy. Blue orbs grant score and an extra backup drone, true. Energy walls grant score and boost energy while sliding. Use strafe to slide on energy walls without taking damage. Oh, okay, that's why sometimes I feel like I'm taking damage and sometimes not. Got it. Bonus score, the multiplier. Total score, drone hold, backup drone. Orbs and energy walls grant combo points. After collecting 5 points, the score is counted along with bonus multiplier. Collect how much of a... Oh. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, okay. Okay. I feel like that there are places where I could probably get a ton of extra score early on, because early on I can make through pretty consistently. Might want to rebind boost on S. It'll feel better. S. Boost on S. Oh. Right, instead of shift. That's a good point. Options. Good idea, good idea. Ah. No. This one. Key bindings. Boost. S. Okay. What does default mean here? Mouse turn sensitivity. Oh, yeah, I want these back up. Disable mode. Just make sure this is all in the right spot. Okay. Okay, we're good here. Off, on, good. Save it back. There. Okay, so we're going to go with block mode now and see how that plays out. So, yeah, because I've never tried anything besides Seed 5 Infinite, so I'm very, very out of practice with the other ones. And we'll come back probably at the end, and we'll try the first sets of seeds, and then try for Seed 5 again, and see if I can perform any better after a little bit of weird alternative practice. Okay. Block is fun. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. It is nice to have a more constant amount of difficulty rather than... But, well, I don't know. It's like a mixed thing. I feel like Infinite's kind of nice because you have this, like, set of breaks in between all the time. Imagine if you could get all of them. Like, do some type of trick to grab them all. Probably isn't really that important, though, to be fair. Because if you can't make an area, then you can't make it. If you can, you can. Okay. Up to a certain point, anyway. Although the water area is really tricky. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say water area in Seed 5? It's like there's like this spot where you're going down a long hallway at the start of one of the... Oh! Sort of one of the... unfun cheese strats, though. Gotcha. There's a spot where you go along a, like, long path at the beginning of one of the, levels, and then you have to quickly go to the right. It's kind of crazy. Game has music. Yeah. Oh, you haven't you haven't had it on. Yeah, I have it set to where hopefully you can hear it okay anyway. Okay, we're grabbing all this. Grabbing all this. Yeah, this is the natural game music. It is sort of repetitive, but, you know, I feel like you don't want a bunch of switch-ups in music. Actually, what I've done so far is I've listened to, like, podcasts or whatever, like, things in the background, so it is kind of nice having stuff in the background playing. But you might be listening to something else, yeah. Grab this. Corridor with water and two thingies. So it's the start of a level where there's this long corridor, and you're riding on water through this like very thin corridor at the very beginning of the level, and then at the end of the level, it seems like it's a flat wall, but it's actually not a flat wall. It's like a slight angle, and you have to go to the right a little bit to stay in the water. Like the water is like where you're safe. So long corridor, angle. And then you just have to, like, you can't even see where you're going. You just have to go to the right. But if you go to the right too fast, you fall off. If you go to the left or bounce in any way, then you fall off. So there's like a blank empty space to the right you can just fall off of. There's no wall there. So it's really tricky because you have to angle yourself to the right a little bit and then use strafe, and then but not too far so you don't fall off. Where you're like long thin hallway, zip, long thin hallway. And it's like, and you're going like 1,000, like 1,040 or so at that point. It's wild. Hopefully I can get there later. Later. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, but I'm not used to any of these. I feel like with that one, because I'd played it so many times with Seed 5, I was pretty aware of how to go about it, whereas this, I have no idea what I'm doing. Programmer strat. You can strafe into regular walls too, but you lose HP. Oh, true. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So we've seen block. We have a little bit of an understanding of it. Obviously didn't take it too far. I don't know if I'll practice on those or not. I feel like practicing in Infinite makes the most sense because you get like attuned with how to move, but it might make sense as well to do that. Space mode. I made it past this area in Seed 5. The space area is actually, yeah, the space area is pretty bizarre. At least the first one, I guess. There's like the one with all the crushing thing in Seed 5, crushing things, and then there's the one where like these things rotate. But I guess they're not going to rotate yet. Oh, crap. For some reason, this looks like to me, this looks like a big circle. No, the water thing, I remember it giving me problems in the beginning. Yeah, I got past it, but I didn't beat fully through the rest of the level because it usually would take at least enough lives that I only had one life left at the end of the water thing. Like, I think I've gotten there with 3 hull left, which is, I think, as many as you can have. It's like 3 or 4 you can have then. Okay, so we're going through like some weirdness right now. Visual weirdness. Oh, okay. Yeah, very much not used to this. I'm sure there's going to be something like this later on. The ones that I've seen that are kind of similar to this are like rotating ones, and those are a little easier to manage, but this is good practice for me to be able to actually tell where I'm going. Try strafing to the side and steering a bit to the other strafe so it kind of drifts. If you unpress strafe, it's already turning. Side. Oh, true, yeah. I've done that on, and I'm just still kind of learning it, but I've done it on some places on Seed 5. But I haven't done a ton of practice with it yet. That maneuver. Ooh, okay. Woo! Alright. This is very much a strafe-heavy map, I guess, is the idea. Usually I do kind of a combination of turning and strafing, but this is minimal turning. Maximal strafing. Ah, okay. Try narrow. It's horrific. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, this is, I mean, I need to learn it. It's very strafe heavy, though. Okay, narrow mode. Let's do this. Narrow mode. Okay. Okay, in we go. Narrow. How does this work? Okay, I get it. I see. Do you have to dodge obstacles here or no? It's gonna get, oh, it's gonna get narrower, I bet. This is probably only the beginning. This is rough. Right away, I'm not used to this. But I know it's gonna get worse. Didn't lose hull for that, that's a good sign. I guess hull's not the point here. Okay. Okay, got it. Got it, I get it. Oh wait, I have multiple hulls. Right. Wait, do I reset? Does that just restart me though? Okay. No, maybe not. Just puts me back a little bit. Not too bad. Okay. Yeah, a couple very strafe heavy types of levels. Good at it already. You think so? I'm doing my best, but I don't know if I'm good at it. Okay. Okay, one more life on it. We're at 15,300. Oh, I forgot. You gonna do Driftforce 1. Driftforce 1. Oh, wait. Okay. Jeez, okay. Oh, okay. The first area was easier because I think the adjustments were less subtle. This area is a little harder. Maybe not... Wait, where am I now? Maybe not massively harder, because I should be using... So I think for more major adjustments, you use the strafe here, and for minor adjustments, you use the mouse, maybe? Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, maybe both. Never mind. Played it off stream. Check out the leaderboard if you don't know about your skill level. Played it off stream. Do Driftforce. Oh, you're sorry. I because I'm playing this game, I'm not able to look at the chat too accurately, too much while playing anyway. So I didn't recognize that that Vetrez has joined the chat. Hello. Yeah, I played it off stream, but only. Oh boy. I played it off stream, but I only played Seed 5 of Infinite. So hey, welcome. Thanks for coming around, everybody. Got some people. Hello. How you doing, Saber? Okay. So, yeah, I only played... Oh, boy. What the heck? That's funny. I only played Seed 5 of Infinite so that I would have an understanding of the game, but I still haven't seen any of the other maps, or this. So I only have kind of a general understanding. I forgot you're going to do your first one. So, okay. Yeah, so the only seed that I've tried is Seed 5. The main ones to play are definitely going to be the Infinite modes. I just tried out during the stream. I've just tried out linear, track, block, space, and narrow. I feel like linear is good. It's easy. Do you usually play? Usually like deck builders. You know, you got a card that adds block or an attack one, whatever. But this one's more like a arcade racing game. Let me show you kind of. So Seed 5 is the one I really know. The rest of them I don't really know yet. So I'm going to play them after this one. But I'm going to try Seed 5 again. See if I can get to my higher scores. In this game, you've got strafe, which is like a left and right subtle turn. You have like more of a full turn with your mouse. So like A and D let you just a little bit nudge yourself, and the mouse lets you really turn a lot. But you kind of want to use both to go around corners. And you go really fast, but you just keep going faster and faster as you go. So, and then obstacles also keep getting like harder and harder. So right now I'm just going around a track, not too bad. It's gonna get kind of crazy. Oh boy. Okay. Never seen this one. Was I a good bot last stream and falling asleep just normally? Oh, you're right. You're good. I know. My streams are kind of later, where you're at, so not a big deal. Strafe into the green. Sorry. I'm trying to multitask here with some chat, but I'm aware. Wait, oh, in the wall. On the wall. Yeah. I just processed that you said wall. I just said, in my brain, I saw green, and I thought about it, and I was like, I'm trying, you know? But I should be strafing into the walls. I've never done it before. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I didn't know that it did anything. So I'm not used to it. I'm used to the follow the track, you know? Wall bad, you know? Let's see. Keep my hull. But I should be strafing into walls, learning how to do that, so I can make some more score. Okay. That's scary. Never done it before. Good, well missed. Come on now. I've never done it. Okay, come on. Okay. Was that good? I lost some hull, but it's because I slammed into it too hard. Just gotta practice the movement. It's so far away. I don't want to do it. Oh, come on, stop. No, I'm trying. It's new for me. Okay, come on now. Let's see. Green. Yeah, I have noticed sometimes I get a little bit of score modifier. I was wondering why that was happening. And sometimes and usually I get none. Okay. So now I should use S to boost a little bit so that I get free score. That's pretty cool. Hopefully that does something for me. I know, come on. Gosh dang it. I'm trying. Ah! I slammed into it, I don't know how. Okay, wait, maybe I actually did hit it fine there, actually. I'm not sure, because I wasn't angled at it. Okay. No! Orbs. Why don't you do this? I'm gonna go this way. It's so much easier. Sometimes I try the other side, but I don't want to lose a life. But now that I'm kind of... I'm streaming it, so it feels different a little bit. Okay. Alright. I don't know. I'm not used to it. It's so weird for me. Grab, grab, grab. There's also kind of this thing that you have to learn to do. That I have learned okay, which is like, you kind of like, don't focus your eyes as much and you're like looking down the road. Similar to like actual driving, for those of you familiar. It's kind of the same feeling as that. Like if you look too close, you like overcorrect. So you have to focus your eyes far down to the screen as you're going, which is a little bit strange. But I'm sure that's just true for any racing thing. Okay, good. Grinding bar on Skate. I have seen stuff from Skate 3, but I haven't tried it myself. In we go, in we go, in we go. Okay, here. I can see the chat populating, but I'm not sure. Not sure what people are saying. What do the people speak of? I'm not used to it not being shift. Even though I never even used sprint in the first place. Okay, over we go. Okay, what do we got? Literally trying to crash into it. Yes, crash into it, but hold strafe. Yes, like grinding a straight bar, green wall miss. It's so... The car will rotate 90 degrees to grind to a wall. No, it's you just like slightly shift over. Car will stay aligned with the wall. Yeah, it's... Okay. Okay, not terrible. Better than slamming into that central area. It's really hard for me to go through the central area. So I usually just try to avoid it. Although there is a green orb in front of it, so I've tried going for it a lot of different times. I just don't really feel like it's a safe bet for me. Usually go on the right side. Okay. Around we go. Okay, around we go. Oh boy. Relax. Okay, missed the green orb. What can I say? Can't believe this. Okay. I like this area, even though sometimes I lose in it. Because it's just like a narrow passageway, and I'm kind of good at this sort of thing naturally, I think. I save before I crash into a wall. Oh, okay, well, I literally did. Oh my gosh. Phase blue, what was the easiest green wall miss? Oh my gosh, stop. You stop this now. What? Okay, I can do this. I got this. Left side, left side. I must have gone left side naturally last time, because that right side is fully cut off. And I don't remember that being a thing. Okay. Or like not last time, but like every time. Ooh, okay, relax. Alright. There we go. Easy. And now we carry on to the water area. The bane of my existence, but with many a hole in my inventory. Okay. I keep calling them holes, but I guess they're like drones. I have extra drones. I kind of like calling them holes though, to be honest. Boom. Okay. It's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, gosh, dang it. Go outside the mill, but you can't grind a wall. That's so bizarre. It's safer because if you go in the middle of the mill, you just slam. You got 2 mills in a row. They slam. Okay. Anyway, can't grind a wall. Stop. Sorry. Because I've practiced the other one. I haven't practiced the wall. Okay. I got it. Holy shit. Sorry. That's. I hate that one. I hate that. I hate everything about that. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. I've never broken that. I've never lost in that part, and I just lost in this part. I made it this part and lost in that part, even though I've never... I hate this part so much. Okay. It's fine. 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 So this is as far as I've ever gotten. That's as far as I've ever gotten. Well, technically, I made it through this part. I made it through the next, like, the overturning things. And then I got some extra nonsense, some extra points, so I got up to 163, and then I died. But I've never actually made it past the water part enough to... I think I made it to the next checkpoint, maybe, but I died. So I've never actually activated at the next checkpoint here. But this is the best that I've done. Gosh dang it. now we're going to check out the other infinite modes. But isn't it kind of cool? Like, this game is just cool. Okay, anyway. It's a cool game. It's actually, like, a lot of fun, which is why when I remember when I looked at the reviews, like, I was like, okay, so maybe there's, like, some problem where it's just kind of repetitive, or it's kind of, like, the speed always increasing, or there's some inherent flaw there. But actually, it's just not true. The infinite mode is, like, chef's kiss to me. So the mixed reviews, I feel like, are kind of unwarranted. But it might just be because, like, I think if a Rage game gets popular enough, it has really good reviews. But if a Rage game isn't popular enough, it doesn't. And this is a Rage game that I think is being, like, marketed as though it's like a speed game or like a racing game. But it's not a racing game. It's a Rage game where it feels amazing to get further than you've ever been. And that's, like, the point. Is that, like, you rage and it sucks, or, like, it's like, gosh dang it, I almost had it, whatever. But then when you get there, you feel awesome. Oh, this is just Seed 5. Section 2? Holy crap. Okay. Reverse Seed 5 Section 2. Seed 5 Section 2 with some changes to it. So usually that's on the right side at first and then the left side. So, yeah, I've played it enough that I have memorized some patterns, and that's why I do as well as I do there. It's not actually, like, necessarily an inherent skill. That's why, like, yeah, Seed 5 does really well for me, but this is super bizarre to me. That action is very alien. I've never done left and then right. Feels so weird. Okay, now we're here, but I'm on the left side instead of the right side. All my instincts are kicking in backwards. 2 green walls skipped. So sad. Gosh, practicing the green wall. Okay. Right. Practicing the green wall. That's the plan. Woo! Okay. Practice the... How about... Can I practice the gray wall? Does that work? Oh, yes. Everything's... This is reverse. This is all in reverse. I hate it. Oh, okay. Because everything's backwards. Everything's on the wrong side. My instincts are going backwards. Because I feel like because I've played Seed 5 so many times, I had this feeling that maybe the way that the energy is set up is kind of in this intuitive way, where when you go for the energy, whatever feels natural there is actually the best, like, optimal path to take. But I think maybe the reason I feel that way is just because I take the right path because I've played it so many times, not actually because the energy is telling me to. Does that make sense? Played it for a bit, literally learns map name, and yeah, fictional sections of map is similar to it. Yeah, so I've played it a little bit, but I've only played Seed 5, like a little bit. Like, I played for a few hours, but I've played just Seed 5, not any other seed. So when I see anything that is Seed 5, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is my map. This is my thing that I did. But I've never played this one. The map generator. Oh, okay. We're just gonna give me these green orbs. I gotta focus on these green orbs. I wish I could have just like a long hallway of green walls to practice on in here. That'd be nice. Maybe there is like a practice section that has like a lot of... I keep using shift. I feel like shift might be better for me, even though I understand that it probably shouldn't be. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, we're reversing. I hate this. We're reversing. Map. See, yeah. Reversing 5. Seed 5. Oh boy. Feels so weird. Okay. Relax. That's actually... Sometimes it's way easier, though, because Seed 5 has spots that are designed to be hard, and I can see how much easier it is reversed in some cases, but in other cases, it's like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Just every once in a while, it's really crazy where it should be easy, but usually it's actually easy where it should be harder, I think. Except that my instincts are kind of backwards. Okay, okay, relax. Okay, relax. Oh boy, grab that. Orb, thank you. Alright, sweet. Okay, come on now. A little bit of wallage. Not a big deal. You can actually die there, just by the way. You can actually die when you do those hops. If you hit the if you hit those prongs, you die. Okay, what's happening? Green walls always hurt. Practice on walls. Hurt you a little bit. Okay, yeah. A few hours in the game is wild. I don't do more than 40 minutes of time. Well, I wanted to have a basic understanding, but I didn't want to try too many levels because I still wanted to have like a new feel to everything and be excited about it. I feel like if I had practiced all the levels, I'd be like, okay, here's this level, that level, right? But right now, instead, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. You know, it's actually pretty exciting to see the way the seeds are different from Seed 5. And also, like, seeing the way that the blocks and everything else work, like those levels. I was kind of curious about them. Okay, right side. Ow! Okay, so I just got some... Did I just get score for that? I don't even know how that works. But yeah, it's exciting to see these things. I feel like Infinite Mode is basically the whole game, to be fair, which makes me wonder if people that rated it poorly just barely played Infinite Mode, or like they played Infinite Mode and they're like, okay, this is kind of nice, maybe this is an okay game, it seems a little bit kind of crazy and it's difficult, and then they played the other modes and they're like, actually I don't like this at all, and then they wrote a review. That's what I feel like must have happened, because I could play the same map of Infinite Mode over and over again and be hooked. 2 green balls to start. I know, I did the thing! Anyway. Oh, this is weird. Okay, never done this before. Maybe that's going to be a future section in Seed 5. Who knows? Maybe I'm practicing Seed 5 and I don't even know it. Yeah, I feel like is this Seed 2 right now? I feel like Seed 1 was actually really easy compared to Seed 5. Seed 5 feels like it's much harder than both of these so far, but I know I'm in the early sections. Okay. But like never having seen them, I feel like this is much easier. But then again, this is section, what is this, section 2 of Seed 2? So we're still early. But I remember, well, and also I've gained some ability, hopefully, from my time in Seed 5. But this feels like way more wide open than Seed 5 did to me. So you want to like actually kick off the wall, I guess, at the end. So you want to go left and then kick off with right, I think. Left, kick off. Okay, I didn't lose anything there. That's actually awesome. Okay, not too bad here. And then in. When you grind a green wall, try strafing to the opposite side so your card jumps out. Yeah. It actually, yeah, that's actually really a good way to have it happen. I was kind of worried about it because I don't want to take a ton of damage or lose a hull, or lose a drone. But yeah, it's not too bad. Green, 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 green. Thank you. Green walls learned. Yes. New skill activated. All right. Oop. Relax. Into the new place. Thank you. It's interesting, actually. Whenever I start a round, I always feel like I'm going really slow, but I'm actually going so fast that it feels slow. That's something that I kind of noticed. I don't know if you had that same experience. Ow! I don't know if you had that same experience. Also playing the game feels so amazing. It's like, no problem, I can talk and focus. I'm doing my best. I actually feel like I'm not doing substantially worse than I would be if I weren't talking, though, to be fair. Anyway. Ow! Okay, relax. Relax, relax, relax. What was I saying, though? I was saying I feel like... what was I saying? I was literally just saying something. Oh, this is terrible news. This is terrible news. Right as I 2 topics. Oh, I hit that. Did you see that? Anyway, we're going fast enough that new things are constantly happening. Pro streamer, for real. Thank you. New skill learned, green wall. Yes. Green wall. What was the news? What was the thing that I don't remember. But I am getting better at green wall. This section is really hard, and I'm trying to focus on making the green walls happen. And that... okay. We were on our... But you know what? 94,000 straight away, never having done the seed before, feels okay to me. Obviously, again, you learn more from other seeds and so on, but still, feel alright about that. Feel actually really good about that. It took me a long time to get even close to this level on Seed 5, so... Pretty quick reward. Okay, relax, 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 relax. Out we go. Oh my gosh. That part is actually super tricky, though. Okay. That part is super tricky. Okay. Down, green wall off, green wall off. Okay. Come on. Next skill to learn, any wall. Yes. I mean, honestly, kind of true, though. I feel like non-green walls, like learning how to bounce off them when you need to, is kind of an important thing. Yeah, caves so far, yeah, feel difficult, but the water section feels like to me the hardest. But maybe that's just because of Seed 5. That might be like water section 2 or something like that. And maybe I haven't seen Cave 2 yet. Okay, 104k on that one. Feels good. We're gonna do Seed 3 now. Okay. All right, we carry on into the unknown. Yeah. Gosh dang it. I hate it when... I don't know how... it's kind of a weird thing. I don't know if this is a unique problem or maybe everybody kind of faces this issue, but there are times where I'm talking about one thing and then something else comes up, and there's that specific thing and I know it's there, it's something that I'm thinking about, and then it's just... And now it's like, there's just like I know I should be talking about this thing, or I should have just finished this thought, and now it's just gone. I feel, yeah, it's sort of like on the tip of your tongue, like when you're thinking of a specific topic. That kind of thing happens a lot. But it's kind of weirdly specific because, well, no, maybe it's not that specific because things happen and they distract you and then whatever. Yeah, maybe it's the same thing. Also, though, on a topic of things that are maybe more specific, whoa, boy, right in the middle of the path? Ugh. So small and in the middle path. Most of the time, you don't want to use regular walls. Gotcha. Yeah, I feel like you don't want to, but there are times where, like, instincts on, like, if you end up hitting a wall, instincts on how to, like, recover from that can be kind of useful. But, ideally, you wouldn't use one at all. Kind of like when we were playing Automation 101 the other day. Technically, there shouldn't even be fail-safes. Knowing how a fail-safe should work could, in theory, be a useful thing to know, but overuse of them is probably bad, and like, honing the skill doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So it's simultaneously, like, potentially a good skill to have and a skill you don't really want to focus on learning, I guess. Kind of a weird thought. But anyway, in terms of things that are maybe hyper-specific to YouTube or thinking about that end of things, I got a comment the other day. Now, it was actually, was it this morning or yesterday? Maybe last night. A comment that basically said, this game is, well, they said, you know, dog shit, basically. They were like, this game sucks in this way. But they were talking about a specific way that it sucks, but they didn't actually explain why it sucks in that way. They just generally said it does. And to me, that felt a little bit like if somebody says, so in this case, it was the UI. They were talking about the UI, and they said the UI is dog shit, and then they said, and they said, like, worst I've ever seen, definitely not going to play this game, like, it looks cool, but it's not, I'm interested in it, whatever. Yes, a specific comment that I got recently, and normally, I think criticism, even if said in a way like that, like, to me, it's unnecessary, because it's like, you know, everything that I do, pretty much, is, an indie dev made whatever game, and they, you know, they don't have a ton of funding, they don't have a ton of people working on it, they just have themselves and their ability to learn, and so I think it's important that they get a decent amount of, like, positivity, not like, you don't have to be hyper positive, like, let's say there's something wrong with the game genuinely, you're like, I don't like this thing, sure, that's fine, but it's not so great necessarily, like, the way that you say it, I think, is kind of important. As someone who creates things, I think it sucks when someone says something like that, where they're saying a game is like this is really bad and I don't want to play it because it's so bad it sucks, like, how could they make it like this, kind of thing. And I think if you were to then go on and say, here's why I think it's terrible, right, basically is what they're saying, then maybe there's still some value to gain there, and I probably wouldn't have as much of a problem with it, but because they said in a pretty kind of derogatory way that they didn't like the game, and then just didn't add any kind of feedback, my first instinct was like, maybe I'll just, you know, delete the comment, or maybe I'll just say, like, you know, okay, you know, like, I hear you, but it's a little bit harsh, don't you think, right? Like, just give them some amount of pushback. But then I thought about it some more, mulled it over in my head, and I was like, you know, I don't think deleting the comment is necessarily the right route, because I don't want to go that route, really. Unless it's, like, super, like, unless it's very directed or, like, harassment or something, I don't really want to. Some people present themselves or say things in different ways than other people do. They complain about things differently, they assess things differently, whatever, and that's okay. My bigger thing is, I wish that they had said something constructive. So if that's actually what I want, then fighting back against them, arguing with them, I don't want to argue with people, you know, really. I don't really, that's a waste of my time to a certain extent. Like, unless it's someone who's willing to listen to reason, but if someone's already said something where I'm like, okay, this isn't really very reasonable, then why would I assume they would? I think the best thing that I want to do there, and what I ended up doing, is basically I was just like, basically I just said, I just asked them, like, what specifically, like I hear what you're saying, what specifically about the UI is like that, like, is bad? What do you not like about the UI? I'm just curious because maybe I can better talk to devs about it in the future. And, you know, like, that could be useful. That could be useful for me and for devs and whatever to hear what exactly it is. Now, I might not actually get a response on that. They might just never, you know, say anything. But I feel like that's the way to approach it, is like, okay, you're making a complaint, you're not clarifying the complaint. I have a problem with you not clarifying the complaint, because then you're just kind of shitting on something, or you're just, whatever, down-talking something, rather than actually saying anything constructive. So if I have a problem with that, I shouldn't come at the problem by saying, okay, like, you suck, or by muting it. I should come at it by saying, I want to, like, fix that. So the fix would be, tell me what's actually wrong with it, and then I can tell the devs. Well, the game specifically, it's Okay, I guess I'll say it's that the Odd Sparks one. But I ideally don't, like, you know, go say anything negative, because the point of that response was just to be like, hey, because if he does actually tell me something like, this is why I don't like it, this is why I think it's terrible, which I think is an overreaction to a demo of a game, like a demo of a game that's kind of showcasing what it will be, but it's more like it's more like a show off of a theory or an idea than it is an actual, like, fully fledged game. Although, like, the game itself is, to me, seems like pretty well put together. I do agree that there are problems with the UI. I don't really like the way that he expressed that there are problems with the UI. I think it's like, because there's a pretty real chance that the developers have very little funding, and aren't really making money from it. Feel listened to in general, get more positive. Yes, that too. That's a good point. That's a good point. I should keep that in mind as well. Because it's something that I've kind of thought about before. I don't have a problem, like, for example, so specifically the creator issue, I was talking to my brother about it a little bit, about what had happened there, and kind of my thought on it, my ultimate decision, like, my first instinct of being like, that kind of sucks. Like, I have a lot of respect for devs. I look up to, like, this kind of idea of pouring yourself into something without reward like that. It's, to a certain extent, I do that, but I feel like not to as heavy of an extent, so I feel like they're kind of like a more impressive version of me, in a way. Like, I feel like devs, they're like streamers, except they spend like a year or like longer focused on just one thing with actually like no feedback at all, and that's crazy. Close to wall, 3 whole blocks dodge was wild. It was close. It was close. 160. Holy cow, 166. That's not bad, huh? Okay, I feel like map 3 isn't too bad. Although this area is a little bit tough. What was I saying? Okay, we're gonna switch to seed 4 now. Try out seed 4 and see if I can wheel myself back into my position. So I was talking to my brother about this experience and kind of my thoughts on it. And his response was to be like, well, I don't really know if it'd be like ethical to limit, like to delete what they're saying, right? For me, that part doesn't really exist. I understand the ethics of like censorship, because he literally, like he said, I don't know if it'd be ethical to censor them. And I was just like, and I thought about it, and I was like, I could dismiss what he's saying because I want to, because like I moderate my Discord. If somebody's being like a jerk in my Discord, towards like a dev, towards a game, towards whatever, if I can say like, hey, what actually is wrong with it, whatever, like to that extent. But if they were to go too far, moderating them is not like some ethical disaster. But or negative, exactly, that might be, it might be not as serious to them. I'm more saying like in this case, I was like, yeah, I don't think I should moderate it. But then I'm also like, ethics isn't really at play there. It's not an ethical problem, because like my Discord is like a message board that I've kind of created and people can use in the same way. And I don't want to hyper moderate. That's not my point here, because I do think that there's a lot of problems with moderating. Over moderation is like, it can lead to a lot of resentment. It can lead to a lot of like negativity. And power tripping and things like that. There's a lot of dangers to over-moderation, for sure. I'm not going to deny that at all. More what I'm kind of focused on there is, I feel like the ethical argument there, it's not really about ethics unless it's being used unevenly. I do think, though, it's important also to recognize at the same time that Discord and YouTube are different. Not because YouTube is like a marketplace of ideas or something like that, but because YouTube has less... a lot less combing, maybe, through users. There's less, like with Discord, if someone joins your Discord, they have to have found you as a person, and they're there in a way because of what you provide. With YouTube, they just saw it, they were like actually pushed the content. It's the other way around, right? So I feel like moderation of YouTube is different, but it's not drastically different. It's different enough that you want to make sure there's like an even across the platform pretty well, that you're not, like, because there's some YouTubes where it's going to be super, super moderated, right? Like, that's going to be a side to all this. And hyper moderation can be really annoying. It depends on the group as well, right? Like, you might want to really moderate some areas. Like, well, like, if you can imagine, the place where my brain goes is, like, let's say there's, like, a chat for people who have gone through some traumatic incident, right? You'd want to have a lot of moderation in something like that. But let's say that there's a chat for, like, League of Legends. You probably don't want a lot of moderation for that, because that's not reflecting the environment, like, that really makes sense in that scenario. Because people that play League of Legends generally are used to a certain way of talking and so on. Old tradition of mods having separate personal accounts and mod accounts to decrease some of the tension. True. I'll look at more of the comments. Honestly, I haven't been able to look at the comments in a second, and I don't want to pause it necessarily right now, because I feel like this is going pretty well, and I think pausing it would Well, maybe I spoke too soon. Distract me. It's kind of a funny thing to say right then. Okay. Oh, okay, wall. All right. Ugh, bouncing off the wall there is actually super tough. Super tough in some cases. It's harder than others anyway. Okay, so we're gonna go around here. Just gonna go to the left side, much easier. Still, I feel like, oh, this is going pretty well. But I will look and respond to more in just a moment. As soon as I am dead and gone and buried. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, not gonna go the wall there. That feels like a big danger. Ah, okay, relax. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Where am I at? Where am I at? Oh, wait, we actually have one more. I didn't realize. Okay, we're gonna go this way so I can get used to it a little bit better. And then... okay, well, and then we're just gonna die. That's fine, that's fine. Someone who used to argue a lot on the internet, write a response message to them, then delete it and move on. Well, the way that I went about it was I said, like in this case, it didn't go bad at all. I basically just said, gotcha. I said, let's see. I said, gotcha. And then I said, what? No, I think initially I had it like, what do you find wrong with the UI? But then instead I said, gotcha. And then I said, I think of UI based on the feel. So I just feel it out. So I don't actually have, you know what, I'll read it exactly so that I'm not struggling to come up with the words. But, I feel like it went well, and in this case it was fine, but then the ethics argument is like a different argument. It's not about this person specifically necessarily. So in this case, the person said, cool game, just sucks the UI is absolute dog shit. Not going to play it just because of that. Quality of life needs to be quadrupled. UI is worst UI I've seen in a while. Which seems like a pretty strong statement, right? Very like heavy-handed on like this game, this aspect of this game is terrible. But that's like my feeling on it because I'm looking at it from like these people are creating a game. It's free to play, right now anyway. The demo is fully free to play. It's still very much in early phases, it's being developed super actively, whatever. And so this is kind of a strong stance on that to me. But there's another way to read this where you just say, they're just saying, this kind of like, I don't like the way this looks. I don't like the UI. I'm not going to play this. It's a lot worse than the games that I'm used to. Okay. That's the other side of it. So to kind of feel that out and be like, okay, how do I want to handle this? What I said is, gotcha. My understanding of good versus bad UI is very by feel at this point. Would you mind explaining a specific problem with the UI? It could help me make better suggestions to devs going forward. And then I said, all good if not. I appreciate the feedback either way. So that was my ultimate way of handling it. I think that's fair. As soon as I am dead and gone, how about catchphrase? Gotcha. What? So hopefully, yeah, you got that. So my thought there is they might actually have a point. There might be something wrong with the UI that they can say that can help me better understand. I'm actually planning on like looking into UI a bit more in the future because like I look at this and I'm like, okay, there are some problems, but worst UI I've seen in a while, not even close in my mind. But maybe there are like more major issues with the UI than I'm aware of, or maybe this person could say what they are, and maybe they're used to higher end games and this is a less high end one. And so maybe that's also fair. So I have to kind of like weigh some of these things. The reason that I was talking about moderation more specifically is because of the idea of ethics in moderation. So like I don't think it would be unethical if I wanted to say I don't like people giving non-constructive criticism. Insults and non-constructive criticism, I could say that, and I don't want to do that. I don't plan on doing that. But as an example, someone could do that, and that'd be fine. Because the reason that I would do that if I did that, not that I will do that because I don't intend on it, would be to say like I don't think it helps the devs, and I'm very pro-dev channel in general, and you can consider that to be I don't know. Like, not every dev is a good person, and if there were a dev who's bad, I'm not saying I'm pro every dev. I'm more saying the idea of dev work I'm in favor of, and my feeling on dev work is going to be that, I'll go to 6 now, is that it is kind of let's see. It's something that people spend a lot of time and effort into without a lot of reward, sort of like a painter. So my dad was an artist, and maybe this is kind of a, and I bring it up sometimes because sometimes it's relevant. Not as his job, but as like a part-time side thing that he lost more money on than he gained. He did it because of passion, but he also tried to make it a business for a while, and it didn't really work out. But that experience, to me, the way I come out from it is I say, okay, if someone were to look at his paintings and be like, the art style is dog shit. Worst art style I've seen lately, like in a while. I don't want to buy this. If I were to look at that, or I mean, I don't even want to look at this, right? Really, that's actually what they're saying because it's a free game. So, worst art style I've seen in a while. Art style is dog shit. I don't want to look at this. To me, even if they said about someone that I like, it's not my dad. Like they're talking about just some guy's art. I would be like, what's wrong with you? That's crazy. That's crazy to me. To me, but I know there's different ways of communicating, and some people would actually find that to be sort of like this is probably just some guy, right? Like, they don't care, and they don't know that it matters, and it might not matter. Pro dev, like professional dev. For this, I think the devs is like a couple of guys. So far, it's not. It's like a small dev team. They might be making money, or they might have made money on previous projects, but this game, to my understanding, is not super big yet, and it's just a demo. The quality of it's pretty good though. Like you could maybe say, because the quality is good, then it's probably made by somebody who makes money on selling games. But at the same time, I don't know if that matters, because like let's say you're an artist, and like my dad did sell paintings as an example. He didn't make as much money as he put into paintings because the supplies are expensive and paintings don't sell for a lot, and he's not like a big name or anything like that. But he did make money from some paintings. I still wouldn't find it like excusable to, or reasonable anyway. Maybe excusable is different, but reasonable for somebody to be like really like to say that sort of thing about it, which might not feel super aggressive depending on the person, because some people might look at those sorts of words and be like, well, they're just kind of messing around. And there are times where people mess around and say those sorts of words. But to me, that feels really disrespectful, honestly, to a dev. Now, like if it were about what I made, I don't know. It would feel kind of annoying, but I feel like I'm probably more protective of like a dev, which is actually why like I considered reaching out to not the dev of that game, but to a dev that I talk to somewhat often, and being like, hey, like how would you feel about this? Like if you see this on somebody's channel, whatever, does this like bother you a lot, or is this not really that big of a deal? Because I would be curious if devs feel as like, frustrated by that sort of thing as I do. Like when I see that about a dev, I feel like what, why? Like this is just somebody trying to get by. They're making a little project, you played it, you get enjoyment out of it, you didn't even have to pay for it, or it's like a few bucks or whatever. That feels like super unreasonable to me. I also recognize that there's probably a decent segment of the population of people on the internet that are children, and let's say this is like a 5-year-old or something like that. It probably isn't, but you know what I mean. Or like a 10-year-old. Or like a 14-year-old even, I could kind of see. Like, there's ways where I can kind of excuse it. And in this case, again, like, it's not even really about this person. It's more about, like, if you wanted to moderate one of the things, I think it'd be reasonable. Not that you necessarily should moderate it in that way. Hopefully what I'm saying kind of makes sense. I'll have to work on my argument of it, to be honest. It's something I've been thinking about, but didn't really super intend on talking about too much, because I'm still processing it and figuring my thoughts on it. I do find, though, in terms of like YouTube comments, it's best to like leave a fairly short, straightforward comment, or like there was this guy recently, one of the people that I have been talking to about streaming. They're kind of my group, whatever. Who they got a comment from somebody related to streaming. And, well, it was really like, they were talking about a game, but it felt, I guess, like self-advertisement to this person that I talked to some. And so they kind of went off on them, or like, had like to me, what felt like a kind of weirdly aggressive response to a comment. And depends on dev, but it's important to any creative to master interpreting with any feedback. Yeah, I do agree. But that's why, like, that's why I asked for more, right? That was why I came to that conclusion. I feel like that's the right conclusion for me, but I don't know if I would say that it's unethical to come to a different conclusion on that. Which is like that's as far as that one goes. The ethics, like this whole argument that I'm talking about here is just about this ethical argument, not about the. Oh boy, this is crazy. What's going on? Okay, is this caves too, or is this just caves? This might just be caves. Okay. Where am I going with this? The ethical argument is just to say, like, I think it would be fine for someone to come to the conclusion that, like, they don't want people saying that sort of thing on their channel. Like, I don't think that's, like, censorship in a way that's unethical. But I do think... Let's see. Where am I going here? in this case, I think it's best. It was like the best choice or the best course of action. Hopefully, this is the one I went with. Is to ask like what actually are the problems and try to use that going forward, so I know. And most likely, like, there's a decent chance that this guy is just. He was just there to say like, screw this. It's possible. He probably didn't really care that much, and might not even have a real answer. But like that's something that I'm always kind of looking for is like having an answer. I feel like part of what I guess YouTuber people, like something that's important to like content creation or influencing or whatever you want to call it, is being able to voice, like put words to a problem. Maybe does have caves, I guess. Call it canyon. Oh, okay. So like ideally, I feel like maybe I'll go with seed. So we've done the different seeds. Let me look at leaderboard real quick as we go through this. Ideally, he responds and he says, "Hey, like this is what I mean. I didn't like this part and that part, whatever." And then I take that and I think about it. I'm like, okay, now I can put a voice to that. Most likely, he won't say that. Like as a person that talks about these things, I feel, which is also fine. It doesn't mean that he's wrong. It doesn't mean that what he's saying is wrong or that he doesn't know. He might just be like, it's not worth my time. I'm fine with that too. Near players, okay. 246, 90, 37. Oh, 37 on seed 3. That's not bad. 86, 36, 75. Okay, maybe I should try seed 3 again because that was my first attempt seed 3 and that went really well. Okay, seed 3. Yeah, like putting a words or putting an idea out there, like explaining something. This is a tough thing about this as well. Is like I'm trying to get better at explaining things in ways that make sense kind of inherently, and don't invite. Because in a way, not just because they don't invite argument. Like I feel like if I'm wrong on something, I want people to argue with me. I want them to tell me, or like just tell me that they don't agree. Like that's valuable because then I know to kind of think on it more. There are gonna be some times where people just disagree on things, and that's also fair. Like I'd imagine there's probably a lot of people who care more about free speech, even in the case of like, so. Like, my perspective on, like, free speech in this kind of case, let's say in a Discord server. A Discord server is a good example because it's the one that's, I think, the least contentious. In a Discord server, if I am operating a Discord server and I don't like what somebody says, technically I can silence that. I think that that gets messy fast. You should add me in Friends Steam so I can see your friend. Oh, Friends Lead Work. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll be up there in your time soon anyway, but yeah. Yeah, I'll do that later on. What am I saying? Hold on. Same things. Oh, Discord. So ideally, you don't silence people because you don't agree with them necessarily. Although it depends on the agreement to a certain extent. But I think that like ethically you can. That would be my position. Is like I think it's a bad idea because people disagree on things and that's okay. But I think depending on what the disagreement is, right? Like if I'm saying that I'm not like the stupidest, most annoying person in the world, and you're saying that I am, and it's my Discord server, maybe that's a case where it's like, okay, well then I don't want you around. Like, I'm fine with that. But like, if it's like, I don't really like this game, and I'm like, you don't like this game? Like, that's not, no, get out of my server. That's kind of crazy. Although, if it's a game server, I don't know. That's like another weird thing, is like, if all you have to say is like, I don't like this game, that'd be different. Potentially, because if you're just, like, if that's literally all you're adding to the conversation, maybe that's not worth keeping around. I think a dev for that server, or like a moderator, whatever, they would have the right to get that person. I don't think it's necessarily a good idea. So like the ethics side of it, though, I don't really feel like comes into play very heavily at all because it's their server, right? Like that's the point of like if you're operating a server, you're pulling in people that have some interest in being part of a community and engaging with a community of people that either like the game or have a lot to say about the game in like a very real way. Not just like, it's dumb, you know, right? Like that stuff, because that's in essence, luckily he said UI, which might be more, that is more valuable, because that tells me at least that there's something there. And I'm gonna, because of that, I'm going to do some research into UI and try to get a better understanding of what he could be getting at. Because like, when I think about the game, the limits of the UI, I feel like one thing is, if they had at the very beginning of the game, which game is that? Odd Sparks. If at the very beginning of Odd Sparks, like what they should have done, and what I think I would suggest that they do, is, hold on. Oh, okay. Hull was at like 0. People's effort, you should spend less effort, ignoring is less effort. True. Okay. At Odd Sparks, at the very beginning of Odd Sparks, what I wish they would have done is force me to use right-click to move things instantly, force me to control and cut things, make me do that. That helps a lot. I know, like direct handholding like that can feel kind of like a lot, but it actually is, I think, the best way. I know. Okay, King People's left effort. You should add me to friends list. Let's see. Shouldn't have been reasonable. Should have hit them with the, oh yeah, maybe your profile picture is dog shit. What you gonna say that? Yeah, maybe I could have. I could have done that. I think, and that would have also taken a lot less effort than actually thinking, thinking about the response. And effort is time, and that's a good point. Because time is money. Not really that point. That's not really what I'm getting at. But I do agree. Like, it's not really worth my time, and that's why. In terms of the response, I wanted to extract some value from it. I didn't want to delete it because that feels like going down kind of an iffy path, and I don't really think that that's where I want to go. I'm not so bothered by it in that direction. Although if they just kept harping on about it, then maybe I would. But I think one comment where you're like, this game sucks is fine. I think if you just keep saying it over and over again, like, no, it's just stupid, like, it just sucks, whatever. Like, you have to, like, please just say something that actually adds something if you're having a conversation. But if you're leaving one comment, I don't know if I would ever delete a comment where someone is just like, I don't like this game, this is stupid. That's fine. Like, you can have that opinion, I don't care. If you're, like, harping on and on about it without actually giving any details, that, to me, feels like a different position. But, like, let's say it were a dev. Would they if they kicked you on one of those? I don't know. I feel like devs in general don't do that. But I feel like at the same time, I feel like devs probably have less experience than YouTubers. Oh, hey, how you doing? Welcome. Women here, are they brothers too? There we go. Nice. Oh boy. Okay, what am I going? Okay. We're kind of chatting about, there was a guy that came into my chat. Oh, well, you saw, I sent you the, well, into the group chat. I don't know if you've seen it yet. But I was kind of chatting about the commenter that came in and was like, oh, wait, can I get through? No, it's like impossible. How do you get through that middle part? Non-binary people, are they just siblings? Oh my gosh. Okay, this one feels actually a little bit easier. Call everyone bro. My goodness, we're getting, okay. What am I saying? Oh, also, before I launch into that too much, so this is Driftforce. It's a little bit outside of our usual thing, you know. I mean, we kind of have a similar set of games that we play. Throne of Bone is awesome. You're playing a lot of Throne of Bone. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm probably gonna get the full game, just because usually I don't like to spend too much money, whatever. I mean, you know, like, it'd be impossible to get every game that, like, there's just so many that look interesting, but Throne of Bone does look kind of really special. I have a lot of love for, I guess, like, the idea of having, like, a necromancer or somebody at the center of some type of tower, and trying to defend it with characters, and they die and whatever, new enemies keep coming in. Like, that sounds like a really cool concept. Best way to handle it, like, at least have something to say for them to improve it. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and that's, yeah, that was the case with the commenter, that I was just trying to get them to express something that would actually be useful. But yeah, there's this instinct, at least from me, to be like, that's, like, it's annoying. I don't like when people come in and say that sort of thing, with dev work. It's just, I don't know. But, well, I do know why. I don't like it, probably because, I relate to devs and I find them to be more impressive. Like, the effort that I've put into improving what I do, I feel like is pretty big. And with devs, I feel like it's so much harder. I feel like I could, like, and I do feel at the same time, though, like, if I were to pour effort into being a dev, whatever, I could probably get pretty far, or do pretty well. Like, some of it, I think there's a similar set of skills, and especially a similar set of attributes, like the ability or, like, the willingness to sit down and focus on something. For me as well, to be fair, I watch some people and they can focus on games for forever. I'm really kind of bouncing around here because I'm playing this game a little bit. But there are some people who can play, like, a million episodes of a game. I wonder if people who are willing to focus on the same game for a super long time in terms of playing a game are the same people who would be willing to focus on a long time on developing a game or not. Flavor of Throne of Bone, it's awesome. Oh, relax. Okay. A little bit of a boost, maybe not. Okay. Around. Woo! That hurts. Doing okay, though. Doing okay. Around. I need maybe I need text-to-speech if I play this game again on stream. I don't know that I necessarily would, but because I usually, you know, I don't tend to stream a whole lot of the same game. Like I was just saying, actually. But I feel like if I were to, it'd be interesting to have text-to-speech so I could... It's an impossible game to play and read chat. Yeah, a little bit. Hoping to get a key, but I'll buy it after a few updates. Needs some sort of ascension modes. Oh, yeah, I do agree with that. I'm excited, though, because of all the different characters. There's, like, a very natural... Oh, my God. Okay. There's a very natural progression that you could do in terms of video production, or like, thumbnails, and concepts behind a video there, where you just, you hop from character to character, and you have them in the thumbnail or whatever. Like, there's probably a few different directions you could take there, but I feel like Throne of Bone, like, naturally lends itself pretty well to serialized content. Okay, we're just gonna hang out on the wall for a second. Okay. Oh, I hate... The green walls are tough, because you can go onto them and get extra points, but they are unruly to get off of sometimes. Okay. But yeah, looking forward to more Throne of Bone. Really like the root concept. Woo. There was a game, Monsters Domain, that I played a while back that had kind of a similar idea in the trailers, but they were deceptive. Let this one be. They were deceptive because, so it was 3D, so you actually go around and attack, like, very manually, very physically, which was pretty awesome. But the problem with that is, like, that's, so in the trailer for it, you're like a skeleton, and these adventurers come in, and you fight them, like, you slash, and then they, like, kill you, and then your people are dead, and then you bring them back to life, and now, like, I think the idea in the trailer... Let's actually pull that up real quick. I know we're getting sidetracked, but Monsters Domain's trailer is actually awesome. Domain. So I'm gonna take an unusual approach here on my Driftforce journey and show this trailer, assuming it's still the same, because it's actually really cool. Let's see. But they might... Oh, I wonder if they removed it because it was very deceptive. So this is the actual game. It looks... So you pick up whatever items, you put them into your inventory, you go around and fight, whatever. But the original trailer was so different. Oh, they've removed it, maybe. Monsters Domain. Wait, maybe it's up still. Wait, Monsters Domain trailer. Let's see if the old trailer's still up somewhere. Wishlist. Yes, this is the old trailer. Okay, perfect. Look at this. Look at this. So, Monsters Domain. Use your skeletons. You get warriors coming in and fighting. I think this is the one. They die. But here's me. Here's you. Like the skeleton. You're holding your shield, your sword. Boom. Kill the adventurer. Right? Victory. Skeleton victory. Yay. And then they all just wail on him. And then... they take his gear. Right? They take his gear, and now they're stronger skeletons. They take it back to the home base. You can upgrade your stuff with them. Like, this idea looked really cool. Okay, so there's the next one coming in. Let's see. This might be really loud. Hopefully not. No, it should be okay. Like that. Okay, new guy comes in, and now we're the skeletons. We've still got our gear, but they've taken us out. But look, we've summoned a bigger creature now from, coming in from behind. Boom, boom. And then bang, gone. And now you've got this new guy. Took his boot. Well, it looks like his whole leg, maybe. And then new enemy come in. More enemies come in. They kill you, and you just have this endless, like, you try to survive. You try to enhance your gear. If you're not careful, they'll steal all of it. But look, now you're a dragon. So, like, this kind of progression looks really, really cool for a game. Unfortunately, completely like, this is not at all how the game works. But look at this. Now you're the dragon. And you're pouring the flame into them. This is nothing. This is actually just not the game, and is really so deceptive. The real game looks like this. So, and this is why it does look so good. It looks so incredible. This is the real game. Which also, this looks good. Like, I like the graphics. I like it in general, and I'm glad they switched the trailer. But the other idea was amazing. So the real game is pretty good, though, to be fair. But yeah, looking at that trailer was one of the best trailers that I've like seen maybe ever in terms of like what I look for. And it ended out being, the game was nothing like what the trailer showed. They put a new trailer up, great. But then when I saw Throne of Bone, I felt like, although yes, like it's not the same. The root concept there of defending and killing adventurers as they come in and taking their loot potentially. Well, not taking their, but in a way, like taking their skulls to upgrade your team. It still exists. That root mechanic is kind of what I liked the most about that trailer. Is like seeing this. It's cool visually, whatever. Like that's all good. But then the concept is really exciting. So I wish they would take the trailer for Monsters Domain and make it into a real game. Basically, just make it similar to what we have with. Make it similar to what we have with Throne of Bone, but make there be physical characters. It might be kind of stupid looking because it like whoever makes it probably wouldn't be a massive studio, but that would just be cool. Anyway, I think a lot of people would like it, even if it was badly animated, even if it was like very work in progress, very messy. I think it could be a pretty awesome idea for a game. So yeah, that's for Throne of Bone. That's what really pulled me into it. I think it has a similar kind of core concept, even though it has a different it's a different genre really, in a way, like it's a deck builder instead of a hack and slash. Like that's very different, plus being 3D 2D, like a lot of these differences are massive, but the core concept is probably the most important thing. It would be cool though, it'd be cool to see that eventually. That's actually why, like with Odd Sparks, that's what I was so excited about with Odd Sparks, which is that game that's kind of how you throw your characters around like Pikmin and they pick up stuff for you. It's like an automation game. Because although it had some problems, what I really liked about it was that it took the Pikmin concept and actually had really the Pikmin concept, like what Dungeons Domain or Monsters Domain should have had, which is the, like, I guess Throne of Bone concept, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know, dungeon defending concept. Oddsparks has the Pikmin concept and sticks with it, and then adds other things to it. It doesn't really matter how well it ends up pulling off, as long as the concepts are there. For me, that's like the most important thing when I'm looking at a game like that, is like what would happen? You know, what would happen if you took that and put it into the game? So yeah, I was really excited for Monsters Domain. It kind of was a letdown. It was still a good game, but it was very, I think, misadvertised initially. But Throne of Bone then, came around. I wonder if there's, in terms of other games that really do that, though, I don't know that I see a lot of other dungeon defenders. Like, I remember there was a game you played somewhat recently. I don't know if I remember the name. Heroes, was it Heroes Suck or Heroes Keep or something like that, where you could like build rooms and enemies would come in, like a dungeon defender or dungeon builder constructor kind of game. And that looks like, also pretty spot on, pretty directly what I think would be cool to build. Unfortunately, I think your complaint with that game was that it was kind of short or limited, or like there was less to do in it than you would kind of expect. Maybe because it's still early in development or something like that. But I considered playing that one. I think it was Heroes Suck, something like that. I don't remember. It looked good, but I didn't end up taking a look because of that criticism. I do feel like that would be a letdown to me. I'd want to wait until it develops a little bit more if that's the case. Orcs Must Die. No. The one I'm thinking... Well, Orcs Must Die is also a good example. Yeah, Orcs Must Die. Orcs Must Die is... I played the third one a decent amount. I understand the third one is kind of people's least favorite. I think, anyway. Let me pull up Game of the Cody, see which video. So the one that he played... Yeah, it was Heroes Suck. So, hope you don't mind if I grab a little bit of this. So, let me change this to 1080p. Thank you. So, yes, Heroes Suck. Yes. So Heroes Suck has potential, right? So like, let's see if it'll show. Yeah, I don't know. I don't totally know how it works, but this idea of like building out further rooms and trying to extend out things and move around things looks actually really cool. Oh no, you're okay. You're okay. I appreciate you coming around for sure. And yeah, I feel like this is another example of a game that is going the right direction. I hope it keeps getting developed because it actually looks really cool. I haven't taken a look at it on my channel yet, but yeah. No, you're good. Prepare to get copyright strike. No, my channel. All of my funding from my whatever 600 something subscribers. Actually, speaking of analytics, I guess not that any of you probably care that much about it. Although I know some of you do. Some of my videos have been doing pretty well lately. I've noticed actually Cody's channel has been doing pretty well lately too. I don't know if there's like a rising interest in it, or if it's because of maybe I feel like, well, I've noticed in our kind of group chat, the Mighty Quest for Epic Loot. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that. I've noticed Cody's been working a lot on thumbnails, and I think the improvement's really real. I don't know if that's the reason why his channel is performing better and so on. I feel like it could be part of it though, because the thumbnails are looking good. In terms of my channel, I feel like it's probably a similar thing. I feel like my thumbnails are getting better. It might also just be like consistent uploads. It might be titling. I really don't know. But these last few days, last few days have been going pretty well in terms of watch time, especially. Rambling about analytics is kind of, you know, meh. But the main reason I kind of bring it up is I previously talked, I think, in the last thumbnail stream about analytics, about how Stacklands was like this big, gosh dang it, this big success for me, in a way. It's old success that was like a long time ago, and now streaming, like unlike Stacklands, unlike Ooblians or Just King or whatever, some of the videos or some of the games that have performed well on my channel, streaming is like consistently doing well, and and it's also, I love streaming. It's like, I feel like I'm building an actual community. Back when I was doing YouTube video production, holy crap, it was, there were some people, but like regulars was less of a thing, and I wasn't talking as directly. Anyway, we're kind of jumping topics, but what I was kind of saying there is Stacklands, let me go to main menu. Stacklands was by far the most watch time in one day that I'd gotten, which was 120 hours or so, I think, in a single day. And yesterday and, well, 2 days ago, I got like 140 or 160 hours, which was like, finally, holy crap, right? Like I actually had more watch hours in a single day than I've ever had in the 3 years I've been doing YouTube. And then yesterday was 113, which is among the top, you know. So like, not that I expect that to carry on forever, but it was a little bit nuts. Maybe I should try streaming Stacklands. I'm not sure. It's kind of tough to say how much a channel benefits from, So, like, there's probably people who watched Stacklands back in the day who might come around for a Stacklands stream, which maybe is worth considering. It probably is worth considering. But Stacklands is also now an older game, so I don't know to what extent people are still as invested. So, like, back when I was playing it, it was, like, this huge thing. It could still be... Oh, my gosh. It could still be a good idea, though. Because I know there is some interest in it still, and it'd be nice to take a look at where it's at now. I could see that being a good idea for me. So maybe I will at some point. I think there's a lot of things I want to take a look at right now, though. Like, so for example, I've been really enjoying Tendril, or was really enjoying Tendril. I haven't played Tendril anytime super recently, but I think it's a fantastic game. It's really, really something special. And we're gonna go to this wall and then bounce. And so having played it a good amount for a while there, I did all the things that I really knew to do, the things that made sense for videos, and then I stopped. And I know it's still being developed, and so I'm kind of like, okay, if I continue focusing on it, then once it comes out, I will have probably built up people who like watching Tendril, and that kind of makes sense to do from like a, you know, a YouTuber brain perspective. But I also think that it would make some sense to do like a series of videos on the Ascension levels, because I really haven't focused too heavily on that. So, like, all of my videos are on, like, new cards, different types of characters to use, whatever, and that works really well. But if I had, like, a series of 1 through 9 Ascension level streams, for example, that would be really good. The trouble is... Oh, okay, I can go with the outside of this wall. The trouble is that, that I feel like Tendril is, let's see. Tendril, well, one thing is that Tendril is hard, to be honest. Tendril is like a challenging game, and I don't know how well it would go in terms of Ascension levels. Like, if I would be stuck, like, I would hate it if a stream just didn't perform that well, or not perform that well, if I didn't actually beat the Ascension level, because the whole point of the stream, kind of a bummer. But then, another side to it, let's see. Tendril hard, that aspect of things. Ah! Gosh dang it. My brain, this game is so fast, I'm like trying to focus. Okay, let me think. Hard, but if you can build an audience with one game, it helps build subs. Yeah, true. Tendril has been crushing me since the first update. The last update was crazy. Yeah, I did a whole stream where I didn't beat it, and the reason, actually, I was going to do a stream where I would play as Mystic and Phantom. My focus there was, like, I know how to beat the game with Warrior, no matter what it throws at me, I feel like, because Warrior is, like, brokenly strong. The balancing there is not quite right yet. But what if I could beat it with just the 2 supports? It's kind of a cool concept. So I open up the stream. I start streaming. I'm live. And mid-live stream, I hit play, and the game has been reset since last I looked at it. So, oh, it was so painful. I was like, I was like, oh, well, I guess what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at the new cards and stuff today. And that was like, okay, this all sucks. Like, that's a terrible intro, whatever. So I did do the full stream, but I also just didn't beat the game. My thought was we're gonna look at the cards, the new cards, and I'm gonna beat it. And that way, next stream we can do the, we can do the 2-character stream. Because if the game resets, then you can't play as Phantom. You have to unlock Phantom by beating the game once. So that was kind of going to be the plan. Then I didn't beat the game, and overall I was like, okay, like, that kind of, like, the whole idea for the stream, I had a whole intro, and then it's all gone to waste. And then, even if you do decide to watch, my replacement intro where I say we're going to beat the game doesn't happen. So ultimately what I ended up doing is, I removed, or I, what was it? Unpublished or, like, privated that stream, and then I did a follow-up stream where I looked at the new cards, and that went really well. And I also beat the game. So I was able to do the next stream where I looked at the 2 characters, or tried the 2 characters, which I didn't beat, because actually, yeah, Phantom, just as expected, I guess, Phantom Mystic is extremely challenging. But, boy, okay, relax. I hate when you get so low that, like, a little bit of a nudge will kill you, because then you have, like, actually, like, decent run-throughs, and you should do well, and then you just pop. Gosh dang it. Yeah, a lot of ideas with Tendril. Another thing, the other thing, yeah, I remember now, and I'm going to try not to forget, so I'm just going to say it straight away. Gosh dang it, I hate my life. I'm just kidding. But, no, so a problem with doing Tendril streams is that oh, gosh dang it, I hate that. That I only upload so many videos, so like each, let's say, thumbnail stream, I do 3 thumbnails, which means that's my next 3 streams. And I spend a decent amount of time on thumbnails because I'm trying to improve and make them solid and whatever. And I also like the vibe of kind of a thumbnail stream. It's casual, it's fun. So with that in mind, if I now have these 3 made, that means I have to do my thumbnail stream, and I have to make at least one. I would make at least one Tendril thumbnail every single thumbnail stream in order to get a consistent upload of Tendril Ascensions, right? Like that's rough. That's rough. Because that means that. Basically, it means that it's okay to do a ton of Tendril things in a row, but it means that one thing is it means that it would limit the amount of other games that I'm looking at, and there are a lot of games on my list right now. Another thing is that it means that every thumbnail stream I'm doing a Tendril, which is could be a little repetitive, which is not a huge worry, but it would limit some variety, and I have to get more creative. I'd have to come up with ways of making Ascension streams, like if I could get, I'd have to get my thought. Here's my thought. Here's my having never thought about this before, right? My instinct here is that I would want to do, oh my god, I hate that. I would want to do, this seed might be harder for me to talk on. I think for some reason this one's actually kind of a challenge to keep talking on. That I would want to do different characters for each stream. So I'd want to have maybe like one central character with Ascension whatever on the left side. Like let's say right side is this, left side is Tendril Ascension 1. Then the next Tendril stream, right side, this other character, and I need at least, therefore, 9 characters, because there's 9 Ascension levels. That's a lot of characters, and I don't know how many characters are actually in the game to use like that. So it could get I could be starting to use, like, really minion-y characters by the end. That might be a little bit kind of weird for, like, Ascension level 9 with Spore Spawner, you know? Like, a little bit weird of a thing to put on the right side. So I want to choose characters that would fit and make sense. Tendril has a decent amount of characters. I don't know how that would end up looking. Boy, okay, come on. We're good? But that's kind of an explanation after having to process quite a lot to get to that point, because this game is difficult to talk at the same time of sometimes. Okay, relax. That is actually the answer to my Tendril thoughts. Okay. 1,000. Oh, look at that. That happens. I've shown it. All right, whatever. Try streaming Stacklands when the DLC comes out. Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, I don't know if I guess what would be good would be to stream Stacklands and then the DLC to come out, so I can stream it again now with the DLC, and I can kind of announce that it's coming out soon and maybe drum up some hype that way. That would kind of make sense. Also, oh my gosh. So the videos that I feel are really doing or performing the best right now. Also, okay, wait. Before I get into that, streaming is kind of interesting because watch time and average watch time is a little bit of a funny thing. Like, let's say somebody watches for 2 hours on a stream, and then 10 people watch for 1 minute. The average is now going to be only 10% weighted towards the 2 hours, but the 2 hours is so much more than the 1 minute that it actually weights it super heavily. Does that make sense? So watch time becomes really weird. So like your click-through rate might be fine either way because you've made a good thumbnail, you've made whatever, and people don't mind that it's super long as it's going to be really cool. And then they click on like, this is a live stream, I don't want to watch this. Fair enough. Maybe I'll go with 5 because I'm most confident on 5, so I can keep talking more naturally through that one. Or maybe 3. 3 would have been okay too. What was I saying? Yeah, people might be like, I don't really want to watch a live stream. Like, I'm not really sure if this is my cup of tea. And then they click off. But let's say a few people do stay on. Then the watch time will be like super like hyper adjusted. So what I noticed, for example, is maybe like 25 or 13% are watching through a pretty substantial amount into a live stream. But it says that the average is like 8 minutes or 10 minutes or something. And that's really, for me, that's really good, right? Like if I have a 10-minute video, the average is going to be like 2 to 5 minutes. Because, well, it makes sense, right? If you have a 10-minute long video, most people are going to click off in the first like minute or two if they don't want to watch it. And if they do want to watch it, they're going to watch maybe all 10 minutes or like 9 of those 10 minutes. So that seems kind of reasonable. So the average watch time of those videos is going to be way worse than on a stream, even if technically the video itself could bring a lot more subscribers. This is a good example because more people are interested in videos than they are streams. So just like a thought, I don't know how important I really like. I feel like if I have a lot of people who watch me, like if I had like 10 or whatever, like the idea of that is that's like a lot of people in my mind. If they're like watching me consistently and like they come to stream sometimes, where like that sort of thing, that's like a lot of people. And I guess I'm kind of getting in that direction right now. But I remember back with videos, things were very different back when I was doing those. I thought about things very differently because there was no live streaming component. I wasn't actually engaging with anybody. I had like maybe 1 or 2 people. I think back then it was Cynic Placebo Gaming was a channel that now has like 5,000 subscribers, which is pretty cool, who would leave these very elaborate comments on every one of my videos, and I would respond to him. It was very nice, you know, but it was also kind of strange because like I sort of knew him, but I've never talked to him, and the only talk that I've done to him is responding to his comments, which he usually didn't reply back to. So it was kind of a weird sort, like a strange sort of relationship in a way. There was another guy, Kit, who came around really early on in my videos and stuck around for a long time. I think you know. He had a kid or something like that. You know, he's had to kind of step away from online stuff to a certain extent. But we used to talk a lot, and by a lot I mean he used to leave comments fairly often, and I would respond to them. Like that, it's a very different relationship than live streaming, and so I really like live streaming a lot more, a lot more, and it performs better. But it is. It was a very different way of looking at things back then, where I was like, okay, I have like. I'm building up people who leave comments back then, was how I thought about it. So like now I have, like, let's say I have 5 people who leave comments semi-regularly, or I have 2, or I have 3, or whatever it is. Now it's like people aren't, like, I like it this way a lot better, where it's like, I know, like, there's this guy, and there's this guy, and this guy. Like, back then it was like, it's different. And I feel like this is a lot healthier as well, in a way, of a way to look at engagement or engaging with people, is that like they're real people. Like I'm talking to people, and like people are always real people, but you can imagine that if your only engagement with someone is for them to leave a comment and you to respond to it, that's kind of a weird situation in a way. Weird, like they're not being weird and I'm not being weird by doing what I'm doing, but there is still something weird going on there. Does that make sense? Anyway, yeah, I'm kind of jumping topics a lot, but I think that's normal. I'm not real. Oh no! Dun dun dun, you know. Yeah. This is terrible news. My mind. But yeah, it's interesting, and I definitely don't regret shifting to live streaming. And I think there was a lot of when I first started doing live streaming, a lot of people were talking about like live streaming as like you shouldn't turn live streams into VODs because, or like just straight away, because you can edit them a little bit and they'll perform better and so on, or because you'll turn your channel into something that like where people are just watching it for the live stream, so won't come around with videos, and videos are more popular and whatever. I think that's all like, there might be some truth to that, but you could also just be a live streaming channel and focus on improving it to be more like videos. That's my focus anyway, which might be a mistake. I'm not saying that I necessarily know the answer here, but it feels like stuff does well for me. Like this has been going well for me. I'm building a community. I'm talking to people, and I'm getting a lot of viewership, more hours than I got back when I was doing Stacklands. And I used to post daily for like a year, and then for months and months outside of that, like with intermittently in between stoppage. But I have posted probably like 250 videos in the time, like video videos, and then maybe like 50 streams. And streams are already at the point that they're outperforming all of the videos I've ever made, like in terms of watch time anyway. So I really don't, yeah, I don't know. I'm not so sure if I agree that having a channel that only does videos makes sense, but videos take a lot of time to edit, and there's some skills that you lack or that you're missing if you're just making videos. Video essayists and video producers, they're not necessarily, and there's skills. I'm still working on these skills too, by the way. But I feel like when you're making videos, you work on them much more passively. Like actively working on things is super important, and the best way to actively work on something is to make yourself have to do it. So like with streaming, I feel like I improve at talking to people, at communicating ideas and so on, and at getting to know people and learning names and things like that. Creating a community is a lot more possible with streaming. Oh, we're almost there. Better to stream only on Twitch or only on YouTube. What am I talking about? Government chatbot, I'm not real. The fact you do underpipe skip so casually as well. What do you, really? I feel like, okay. So first I'll respond to underpipe skip. I feel like you have to do that, because if you go down the middle, don't you just die? Because you have two rotating things at the same time, you get the mills. But maybe there's a different direction I should be going that's technically more consistent. But this is pretty consistent for me, I don't know. Better to stream only on Twitch or YouTube. I don't think it's better to stream only on Twitch or YouTube. But if you were going to choose one, I would probably say Twitch. Because with YouTube, unless you have if you have a big audience on YouTube already, then maybe YouTube makes sense. But in my experience on YouTube, people do see the VODs, and this is actually a tough thing too. I would say stream on Twitch, download the VOD, and then put it up on YouTube if you're only going to stream on one, for sure. Playing Switch games is cool. Personal experience, it's more about consistency and keeping a schedule, which you are doing great. Well, thank you. What's making me keep a schedule is what I'm talking about, though. I'm under constant. There's a constant motivator, because making thumbnails is a huge pain. You know this, right? Making thumbnails is a huge pain when you don't have the energy to do so, and you have to do a video tomorrow, or you have to put up a video soon or whatever. Like, making thumbnails, for me, because I make thumbnails before I do anything, I feel like that, because I'm live streaming it, right? Everything is live streamed. So I'm streaming myself making thumbnails, and it forces me to make thumbnails. And then once I have the thumbnails made, then I'm going to make the video or the stream because I already have the thumbnail. So it's super easy, right? I have the thumbnail, so I just have to go live. And if I'm super tired, if I'm in a terrible mood, if things are going poorly, I have a time and it's scheduled, and I sit down and I stream it, right? That is what works for me. And that's why it works, is because I have to, because I don't have another choice. In a way, I know I have another choice. I could delete my channel, right? Like, obviously. But there's this extra pressure, and to me that works really well. It's not as much extra pressure as recording, because the pressure from recording is, if I don't get up a video, then I lose my streak, and like all these weird things. So I have to edit for 4.5 hours, and then I have to spend an hour and a half on the thumbnail, and I have to record for an hour and 15. Like all these, I have to do these things, or else I'm screwed. And that pressure is so much worse to me. I know you might not have put yourself under that type of pressure yet, or you might not want to do that, and that's good. Don't do that. But I did that for like a year and a half. Really, I did that for like 2 years. But I didn't do it to that extent for 2 years. It's horrible. It's so bad. Streaming for me is so much healthier. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have to be that way for you. I don't know exactly how you manage. Oh my gosh, that was so much easier. Why was that so much easier? Okay. I don't know. What did I do differently there? Okay. We're good. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm going to have to focus for a second. Maybe not. Well, I'm in a new area. I've never been here. So I feel like I maybe should focus, even though I probably don't need to focus, right? Like, I probably could keep talking, but imagine, you know what I mean? Imagine I actually get further than ever before, and I already am. Okay. So now everything from here on is the best I've done by a long shot. Okay. Woo! Okay. Holy crap. Come on, stay online. Oh, okay, wall. My brain was processing that there's a wall there. Okay, please. Oh, we're in. Okay. Oh, this is actually tough, though. Well, I'm getting practice on this, though. That's good. Pressure's really can go in the middle. Okay, hold on. I will read that in a moment. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah, I'm overthinking it. I'm thinking I need to go on the right side because the pipe is... What I need to do for this part is I need to stay in the middle. So what I'm doing so far is just staying in the middle and ignoring the rotation, and that works. But if you try to think, oh no, I need to go on the right side because it's going to the left side, like you do with the stompers in the caves, excuse me, that gets you killed. You got to stay in the middle. Okay, we're good. Go in the middle. Things get pulled. Okay, unless you're under contract. Multi-stream, so more people can find you. I think it's better than multi. Yeah, I agree with that. Yep, better than multi-stream. But if you can't, or if it's hard to, or if there's some obligation, I would say Twitch is better because it's a lot easier to get monetized and so on. YouTube is, and it's also in a way it's easier to find people. But I would okay. There's a thing that I'm doing lately is if there is a, you love the stompers, yeah, they're actually kind of nice. Although sometimes they stomp directly down on you and that's painful. So something that's really been helping me lately is going into Discords where they have the content creation thing and just being like, hey, I'm going live for a couple hours, come chat about the game. That helps a lot because devs will come around, new viewers, like it creates, and it's, I don't know, it creates this hype around being live and being active. And that helps me, even though I understand it actually doesn't really matter that much for the performance of a video overall. It does help in the community building, which at least helps me mentally, at least that. Since Twitch stream, then port. Personal experience, more consistency. I started YouTube stream and then ported to Twitch to add because I'd only ever done YouTube, but it's because I already had a channel. I think if you don't have a channel yet, start on Twitch and then port to YouTube. Yeah. And I don't know. Would I do that still? If I were to restart it, maybe I would have started on Twitch instead of starting on YouTube and then ported. That might have been better. But I think the reason I started with YouTube is because I already had some of an audience and I wanted to see how that would transfer. It didn't transfer that well because people were video watchers at the start, but it transfers a little bit sometimes. Let's see where am I going. Pressure and people only wanting to watch Halls of Torment made me, yeah, I had that with Stacklands really bad. Made me have to take some time away from content, which really killed my channel for a while. Yeah, time away is rough. It does hurt the channel. I do think though, although it hurts the channel, the things that you have learned in your first span of time, like the Halls of Torment in your case, or Stacklands and the things before it, when I came back, I was more equipped to create an audience. I was more equipped to do a better job at reviewing and talking about things. Like, I feel like I could take a break for 3 months, come back, and although I would lose probably potentially all of you, or at least it would be harder. Some of you would probably not come around. Well, although right now it's not many people in, but like the people that watch me right now, I'll say like from the people that are generally watching the VODs or coming around, some of those people would have moved on, or they'd be in different positions in life, or whatever it is. Some people would be gone. I think I could build back up faster than I've ever built up before because I'm better than I ever was before at what I do. Even with a 3-month break, I would be better than I was the last time I took a break and came back. That's kind of what I'm saying. And I think that is a valuable thing and something to consider here. Because I think sometimes people can look at it and they can say, it's all like consistency. That's actually a really unhealthy mindset to have. And it's frustrating because it's probably the most popular mindset. Probably the most popular mindset among creators is consistency. And consistency is really important for building an audience and maintaining an audience, but consistency is not necessarily the most important thing for consistency also helps you learn faster because you're getting consistent experience, and that's also good. But there's this sort of this extra pressure that the idea of consistency creates where it's like, as long as I'm putting something out, it's good. Like, that's not really true. You want to build your life around creating things that are quality and around improving the quality of the things that you create at the same time. This is all coming from me, so like, whatever, who cares, right? A little bit. But that's kind of my outlook, is that the thumbnail streams are probably the best change that I made, and then streaming is probably the second best. Streaming in general is good. The thumbnail streams specifically have been really, really helpful. And the main reason for that is because every single week, 2 times a week, I'm working on thumbnails. I'm learning, I'm practicing, and I'm chatting with people, and I'm practicing talking in ways that are less game focused. Because up until this point, it's always been just the game. I don't know if I talk about anything else. Literally 3 months ago, this conversation would have been terrifying for me, and now it's not. And that's like another thing. It's really, really important to find a way to slowly ease yourself out of discomfort talking with people regularly. Okay, anyway, sorry. About the kind of very, very off ramble, but that's some thoughts that I'm still working on, cinching down. Live streaming interface is so, yeah, all right. Live streaming, yeah. Second Twitch channel, let's see. I want to join my server. It has some Stacklands people and some general content creators people. Sure, yeah. Send me a link after. I'll take a look after. Hard to grow on Twitch. New high score. Very true. And yeah, I feel like I'm gaining anyway. We're at least a little bit closer. Oh, I should look at I'm gonna look at the Look at the leaderboard. Where am I at? How am I doing? I know the bottom of the top 15, I think, is 300 and something thousand. Yeah, 343. So I know I'm a ways away from that, but I'm 34. I'm closer a little bit. And then you're at 815. Wow. Now that's impressive. All right. Okay, we carry on. We carry on, my wayward son. Do I try doing some of these modes again? See, now that I'm a little bit less... maybe we'll try one linear, okay? We'll try a little linear, just to see if I've improved a little bit. But, yeah, I feel like... what was I going to say here? Oh, boy. Why must you put that right in front of the block? Okay, come on now. Come on now. Yeah, I feel like... oh, yeah, I was going to say... okay, come on now. Oh, come on now. Oh, my gosh. Guitar reference. Try infinite random seed. Yeah. So, infinite random seed. Oh, true, I haven't tried that. Yeah, I don't want to... You know what? After those two immediate losses, I feel a little bit better about not doing that, actually. Okay, infinite seed is much... Let's try random seed. Give me some confidence back. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, at the beginning, I was saying earlier, I just bounce around so much sometimes. I was saying, so at the start of every time that you start the game initially, it feels like you're going really slow, and then you're kind of catching up to speed. Like if I didn't have the speed in the bottom right, I wouldn't know that I'm actually going crazy fast. The reason it feels so slow is because I can't turn very quickly. I think the reason I can't turn very quickly is probably because I'm going so fast. Like, there might be a decrease to the effectiveness of turning at faster speeds. I wonder if that's the point, or maybe if they just ease you into being able to move. I'm not sure which one it is. I also feel like I need to, like, if I increase my sensitivity of my mouse a little bit more, I feel like that would be helpful to me. But maybe not, maybe not. Okay, away we go. Away we go. All right, okay. Yeah, the beginning here isn't too bad. Oh, and I should take advantage of the walls, though, shouldn't I? Okay. A little bit of wall. Take advantage of wall, please. Thank you. Oh, okay. A little bit of too much wall, maybe. A little too much wall. Okay, so random seed. Which seed am I on? Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I don't know the seeds that well yet. Okay, random seed it is. Or is random randoming? I'm a high sensitivity enjoyer, too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on the highest that it allows for this, but I could maybe increase my DPI on my mouse or something, and then maybe I would be cooking. Ooh, okay. Again with that. Oh, boy. Yeah, I feel like that would be nice. So is this a rogue? Oh, rogues just race to the end of the track. So this, I'm on infinite, so the idea here is like high scores and leaderboards and stuff, which I'm always a big fan of. I get hooked on that stuff really easy. I don't know if you have that as much. But I've played a few different... I used to play some speedrunning games, and I would get hooked on them, and they just mean that I don't upload enough videos. I don't record as often as I should. Now that I'm streaming, I'm not worried about that as much because I have a schedule, and I just go live when I go live, which is so nice. Like, I mean, I have a schedule, so I have to go live at certain times, but it's nice... I'm jumping back to the streaming topic suddenly. It's nice that, like, a really good thing about streaming is... Unlike with recording, where I start and I say, hello, welcome to the whatever, you know, or I used to say, hello, welcome to whatever. I used to do all these different ridiculous intros. I would do them over and over again. Even just doing that, like, ow, you know, my voice hurts. I used to do that over and over again. So dumb. And that just sucked because then I would start and I would do this whole intro and I'd be like, I would forget what I was going to say for the intro. And so I would be like, and I would, like, swear, you know, I would just, like, cuss at myself, and then I'd be like, okay, and do it again. Again. Same thing for outro, too. Terrible for you. Because, like, what? Like, who cares? I used to love these back in the day, but now there are leaderboards. Second speedrunning stream. Ooh, second speedrunning stream would be interesting. Welcome to whatever, right? Yeah, it's my favorite, yeah, the best way to do it. Let's see. Oh, and actually, okay, let me give you a little bit of a rundown of the good old classic Deadeye YouTube strat. So my thought back then was, oh boy, this is my thought. Oh boy, is my thought. Okay, that hurt. My thought back then was to be so. Here's how much over analysis. Maybe everyone else does this too, but I used to look at other channels and try to think of, like, what makes them more entertaining. So, so okay, this is gonna be a deep cut a little bit, okay? So there was this creator Onision, terrible guy, right? Awful, and everybody kind of knows about him now as this awful guy. But at one point in time, he was just like a YouTuber that made content. Stealing that. Oh, don't take it. Don't take it. Hello, welcome to whatever. I can't believe this. The core thing that my audience likes, and now it's gone. It's been taken away. They have it with someone else. So there was this guy, Onision, terrible guy. Everyone knows he's terrible now. At one point in time, people didn't know he was terrible, and there was this. He made like a song, and there was this girl. That recorded like her rendition of the song basically, and I thought it was nice, and I liked the sound of it, whatever, and I was like 14, so I probably like had a crush on her or whatever, you know, like all that going on. Oh boy, that hurts. And I remember there was a comment that was left on that video where someone was like, it's so monotone, your voice is terrible, right? It's like whatever. And I looked at that, and I was like, okay, that's mean. And also, what do they even mean? What do you mean her voice is monotone? What does that mean? Whatever, shut up. Okay. Don't talk to me. And let's see, what was I saying? Gosh dang it. How could you do this to me? So, oh my god. So, gosh dang it. So anyway, so they said that she's like singing really monotone, and I don't know what monotone means. And I took choir in 6th grade or something, but I didn't, You're terrible. You're terrible. Terrible times. I didn't, what am I saying? I never I didn't take music classes particularly, and in choir I didn't really pay much attention. I wish I had, because singing is actually kind of fun and everything like that, but, and it would have been good to know more, to learn more. Learning is also just generally a really good thing, but, you know, 6th grader me doesn't care about any of that stuff. And so I'm like, what does monotone mean? And then so then when I started doing YouTube stuff, for some reason, this memory, sinks back into my mind. Back with, probably a year or two ago. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to be monotone. What if people are listening to me and they just hear, constant, that. So I was very actively thinking about this and how to change it. One thing that I did that actually was good, was helpful, was I started doing voices for characters. So it was funny because back in my old The Black Cat Magician was a game. It was a little tiny indie game that no one ever played and no one ever saw except for me and Kit. There was the first video that brought Kit in. I did the voices for these characters, and I did them super high pitched and crazy, and it was funny, and I laughed at myself about it a little bit, and I was very awkward and uncomfortable. But I just cut the part where I do it, and then I laugh awkwardly. I'm like, I hate this, and then I think people liked that. They resonate with that, right? And so that was good. It was good, and it was good practice for me to know the limits and to test the limits of what I'm comfortable doing, and then also to explore expanding my voice, my range, what I'm doing, what I'm talking about. So that was a good thing. A bad thing was that hello and welcome thing. So Retromation does kind of a similar, or did kind of a similar, he has kind of a high-pitched voice most of the time. He has a higher range than I do anyway. And so, not high-pitched, but you know what I mean. I have kind of a lower voice sometimes. And so my thought was that I would go from low to high at the very beginning of my video. So now you have a lot of variety, right? You're jumping into it, and straight away, it's not monotone. I'm just fighting against this potential problem in my head that I don't even know if it exists or not, right? So I would do hello and welcome, something crazy, really, really hello, welcome, high, low, at the beginning, and then go into it. And every time I did that, and so it was terrible. Monotone is good. Fun to see Deadeye leaning side to side. Don't say things to me. Don't say these things. Oh yeah, actually, oh my gosh, I'm gonna jump topics again a little bit, but my cousin does that, back when we were kids anyway. I'm sure a lot of kids do this. I don't even know why I'm mentioning this, my cousin, but plenty of people do this, where they lean side to side, like Mario Kart or whatever, and he would do this crazy, he would jump left to right. It was awesome. It was really funny. Yeah, just key core memories. I can't even look over there. I'm sorry. Your messages fall on deaf ears. Okay. Oh my goodness. But yeah. I tend to focus on things like that, hyperfixate or whatever. On things and try to adjust my whole everything I do to fit with something. And I don't do it as much anymore. I think streaming is really nice for that because you don't have as much room for that, right? So with YouTube, video production, it's what do I want my intro to sound like? How am I going to hook people in? This is a really key, important aspect of what I do. If you're a YouTube creator, it's a reality, even though that might all sound kind of cringe. It is very real that you think about what can I do a little differently so people stick around at the beginning? Because the intro is so important, the vital intro, right? And especially if you're making like 10 minutes, if you're trying to really cut it down, it's super, super important. And so I would, but I think I don't know if I'm unique in that I do it to that extent. I might be, I might not be. Some people don't care as much as other people, and I think it's a good thing not to fixate so much. But yeah, I definitely did, especially on that idea of monotone or on vocal variety, I guess, like making it sound exciting. It's exciting because it doesn't sound like I'm jumping into something where it's the same thing every time. Honestly, when I think about the content that I watch, it doesn't make any sense to have that feeling because I don't... what seat am I on right now? Whoop! Okay, sorry. That's wild. That was wild. Okay, I went through the non... Wait, I could have gone on that. Wait, no, I would have to hop off it. I don't want to do that. Never mind. Oh boy, never been here. What is going on? This is cool. Oh my gosh, what's going on? Oh, that's awesome. Okay, this is interesting. Okay. Whew. Okay, left side. What the heck is happening right now? I've been priding myself on that I've been able to keep up a conversation, but what in the world is going on? Okay. Fascinating. Very interesting. Okay. Got pretty far, though. That was insane. Okay, what am I... Hold on. Okay, what's the word? Okay, looking at whatever, soon that fun to see Deadeye leaning side to side. Monotone is good. People tune out and fall asleep. The watch time goes through the roof. Finally, people can just exist in my chat. Who needs the brain? You know, just the eyes. Personally, prefer to start my streams with "Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier." Oh, oh my gosh. Actually, yeah. Interesting what you were saying about the speed. I think if the sides around the vehicle blurred, as you increase speed, it would seem faster. Oh yeah, that might be true. That's an interesting. Yeah, I wonder if that's part of it because I only really notice it when I'm first coming in, but it probably is happening the whole time. I do like that there's like there are a lot of visual indications. Oh my goodness, that was a bit rough. Also, yeah. Anyway, like I was saying, I feel like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me to think. I think that it's such thin margins. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me to think that way because I do watch people who have lower voices, like not exclusively, obviously, but it's not like it's a problem either. Woo, boy, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die on those. These are really difficult. No denying it. I do have, I think, at least some range, which is good, and I think you can come across as really monotone if you're not comfortable. You're not comfortable with what you're doing, maybe. Like, there's some more variety that happens naturally. You get excitable, and like, your voice changes some with excitement and so on. But then also, you can come across in the opposite direction if you're really nervous. So there's, like, if you're clammy or not comfortable to the point where you don't want to express yourself, it can be a problem. If you're overly nervous and excitable, it can be a problem. Like, there's different things that kind of go away as you get more comfortable, just in general on camera. I don't know to what extent you can actually hone that. Okay, all right, we're doing it. Oh boy. Okay, relax. Holy crap! What is going on? Okay. Oh, what was that? Okay. Oh, did I not get? Oh, maybe I did get a hole. I don't even know if I did. I'm not even able to process. Oh, and there it goes. That was pretty good though, right? Speed is always increasing, but the speed, yeah, unless it's a boost. But boost has blur stuff. Gotcha. Okay. New score. How does that do for me? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. How good was that? Was that actually good? I felt really good. I felt awesome. I don't know if does that count as the map that it was, or does that count as random seed? Was that random seed or no? I don't even know. 160. Oh, 90th. Okay, 91st. Gotcha. Might want to go wider on that sharp turn. Wider on the sharp turn. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I got it. Okay. On the water turn. Oh, that we're talking about. Okay. So where do I want to be now? Okay, that seed is kind of crazy. Let's do. What seed should I go for now? Seed 6. More away from the turn. Give more time. Seed 5. Let's do seed 4. I haven't done that a lot. Turn. Give more time to turn. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's tricky. The water's really tricky. Because like that's true, but at the same time, if you overturn, then you shoot off the map. But I don't think I probably am overturning. I'm probably just hitting the wall. That's probably my bigger issue. So I agree. I should. Something I can do is I can hit left and turn more. I think I've tried that before, and I feel like that does work. Getting myself a little bit of extra time to hit it. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. But yeah. This is a weirdly, yeah, it's so even going into this, I was kind of thinking a little bit that I would be talking about a lot of topics that normally I have my thumbnail streams. Usually I keep them there, but in this case I'm chatting about them here because I don't really, it's you know, it's a little bit of a repetitive action game. It's not like, or repetitive might be the wrong word. There's not a lot to necessarily talk about. Most of it's just gonna be like, oh, look at that, I'm dead. You know, I feel like it's better to be able to have more to say than that. Although, like, there are times where I can talk about it a lot. Like, for example, that upper thing just now looked like a bunch of eyes. That was something I thought about the first time that I saw one of those. But, like, you know, what else can you really say? Just hope for the best, I guess. So I've been talking about a lot of things that I would on a thumbnail stream normally. Speaking of the thumbnail stream, though, actually, I've been talking to Vetrez a little bit about this topic. The idea of making a games list. So I have a games list right now, but making it public so people can change it. At least view it makes sense, but to change it, I'm a little bit unsure on, like, especially, but maybe if they could add something to it, that might make sense, but I'm not sure if, because then what if someone goes in and just deletes the whole thing? That'd be kind of sad, right? And that'd be, you know, people have the freedom to do that. So I'm kind of trying to consider how you would go about something like that with a public list. Oh boy, okay. Look at that, I'm Deadeye. Yes, my new intro, finally. We've come up with one. Yeah, I feel like I'm glad now. I still have an intro, so what I do these days, because there's some delay in terms of stream starting between YouTube and Twitch, is I start off by saying, I should be live, hello, or no, I start by saying, I should be live, and then I say, can you all see me, can you all hear me, hello, welcome to the Deadeye channel, where today we get a look in at whatever. That's my intro these days, and that feels a lot better than the hello and welcome, because I don't have that low thing. The low thing is actually really hard on your voice, because, ow. like, because, you know, you're streaming a lot, you do it over and over again, especially back with videos. That was always so rough. Oh, crap, I had no hull. No hull. More away from the turn, you give yourself more time. Might want to do, does the game overheat your computer or no? I don't. I hope not. I haven't checked. Yeah, I have it on higher settings visually, just with the hopes that will look better for all of the people watching. But I really haven't checked. My computer's pretty decent. The thing with almost any computer and streaming is that streaming or recording is really, really hard on a computer. I think people kind of don't necessarily know that before they go in. If you're trying to stream, like if you're recording something and playing something at the same time, a game, it's substantially more difficult on a computer. Especially if a computer is not, like, designed for it. If there's a computer that's, like, really well designed, it probably won't have too bad of a problem. I keep dying in the same spot. But so say if you have just, like, I don't know, like a $600 or an $800 computer. With like a computer in that cost range, assuming it's, like, kind of built somewhat for gaming anyway, it'd probably do well on, like, do okay on a decent chunk of games, like Minecraft or something like that. It'll do fine. But if you were to try to stream Minecraft, you might run into some problems. And I don't know if people necessarily know that going into it, because they're sort of like, oh, you're having this problem. Well, okay, the game's lagging. Maybe you need to change your settings, or, like, it doesn't lag on my computer. And it's like, well, you're not streaming, you're not recording. It's different. I stream and record at the same time, but the computer that I have now, I think, is like around $1,200, which I got because what's my high score? 104. Bad on stream because of bitrate. Oh, yeah, I haven't thought about that. Bad on stream because of bitrate. Is there anything I do in settings for that, or is that just going to be for in like stream settings? Post processing, render scale, brightness. It's a bit better on Twitch though. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll have to change something there at some point. I'm not really sure exactly. Bitrate. Yeah, usually I don't... this is part of why I've kind of mainly focused on roguelikes and deck builders and things, is they are a lot more, like, consistently simple to run on a computer. I used to do... I think the first game that I did that really messed up my old computer, which could not handle anything. So I had a laptop that I used for school that was probably, like, I don't know, $600-700. And that thing hated it. That thing hated when I started, like, recording videos. It was terrible, and editing was impossible too. And then I switched to a Lenovo Legion 5, a laptop. I bought it because I wanted to be able to edit and everything else, and I also needed a new computer anyway. And that handled things way better, but still, like, when it came to playing games like Alt F4, still had a lot of trouble. So 3D games were still a problem. And it was laptops. To be fair, these are all laptops because I worked on the road at the time, so the ability to use a desktop wasn't really there. And then this desktop, which is not substantially... I think that Lenovo Legion 5 was about maybe $1,000. I think I got it on eBay, to be fair, but still. And then this computer altogether... And I built my computer. So my first time building a computer is the computer I have right now. Cost about $1,200. And I built this... late last year, so I've only had it for like maybe 5 months, and yeah, it just works so much better. I've thought about upgrading like the graphics card or something like that, because I mean, YouTube's my big passion, even though, like, again, yeah, you know, I'm not making money off of it or anything like that, but it is eventually someday I'd hope it could be my job, I suppose. And so I can kind of justify the cost. That's always how I've thought about it in my head, is like, eventually, I'm building skills, I'm trying to push this direction, so it's not like it's more of an investment than a cost. Maybe I'm coping. But that has been my thought process with purchases for YouTube. But I have probably spent... I mean, it's hard to say, because my old computer... Like, I could say that I spent $1,000 on a laptop for YouTube stuff, and I did get a new laptop because of YouTube stuff in part, but also I needed something that would, you know, for work as well. And my old computer was not very good with that either. So... it's kind of a, you know, depends on how you look at it. Oh, but I've definitely, but then I've bought probably a few $100s worth of games, to be honest, in the last 3 years. And I know I wouldn't have bought games otherwise, because I have a tough time with justifying costs for things. This section is tough. A lot of stuff moving, so you can't really do anything. Oh, gotcha. I would think there's some way. I would think there's got to be some way, right? Like, if you could change bitrate of like what you're sending to the servers, but it's possible that YouTube doesn't have the ability to like it limits it in some way, so you can't. Maybe, but I don't know if that's true, because I've heard things like that before, and they've ended up not really being super accurate. Okay. God dang it, this one's tough. Buy a console before they have a PC. Wild. Yeah, this has been kind of an interesting, like, PC versus console is like an interesting concept, because I do feel like I mean, so it depends on what you want to do, I guess. Like, if you want to game with friends in a way that's like local, there's not really a much better option than a console. But I do feel like, I hate this part. I do feel like a lot of games with consoles now aren't being built around that concept, which seems really stupid to me. Like, unbelievable. Like what a massive. Like, I feel like consoles are kind of trying to be like computers, and why would you want to fight in the same market as something with like you know, I mean, it's like if well, maybe you want to, like, it's profitable, that's why, but it just feels like a weird market. Like, why wouldn't you fight in the market of local? Because people are less local now, right? Like, that's part of the idea. People are global. Everyone's operating globally now. So how much? But I wonder. Yeah, you know, it probably would never happen. It's just unfortunate. It's not actually that it's a bad idea company-wise. I understand the company decision, but I would love it if there were more of a focus on co-op, like in-person or online. Like, have both, right? And split screen. Like, I miss split screen. It was so nice. Split screen was awesome. Or like where you had to share a screen, like that stuff. Maybe I feel like I know this stuff is a little by the wayside now. It's kind of dated, but I don't know if it should be. Like, there's some things like that I feel like are dated without necessarily a good reason. Well, split screen's bad because you can use less of your screen. Okay, right? Like, that's the concept. Oh my gosh. But there's something inherently enjoyable at split screen. I don't know if it's like, maybe I'm looking at it from like, what would you say, like nostalgia vibes or whatever. Like, I'm looking at it like it's true, even though it's just something I like because of because I played it when I was young. Like, I might be romanticizing the concept. But like, I think it was cool. I think there's something there that's missing from modern cooperative gameplay. Maybe. Split screen died so we could have better graphics. Yeah. Right, but there's probably still people, but it probably will fully die eventually, like cable, right? Like, there's gonna be probably, although cable is another weird kind of example. I feel like cable is doomed, but I could understand if somebody was like, it's not that cable is doomed, it's just like, it's just gonna have to go through a metamorphosis of some kind. That might be true. Like eventually, what will be the difference between cable and YouTube? So let's say all of the cable companies just have all of their shows and just put them on YouTube instead of putting them on TV. Like, what if sports is just online? People still do have an interest in sports. It's not like sports is necessarily going away. It might have lost some of its traction because of, COVID, whatever. But I think it's still here to stay. So in the same way, maybe cable won't go away. It'll just change. Oh, no, I know. Or I think. Well, maybe I missed what you said. No, I know I'm not saying you support it exactly. I'm sort of talking like, like, what is going to happen? Why is it going to happen? Oh, no, you're talking about lop it up. Consoles only after you have a general computer. I will not tolerate console first propaganda. Cable from X-Men? Oh, no, my gosh. Like, cable TV, like, yeah, well, you're joking. Cable been dying for like a decade now. True. I remember, I don't know, I'm sure maybe you remember, how much YouTube did you watch back in the day? I'm a YouTube head for sure. So like I remember when PewDiePie went on, like, I think there was this whole explanation of PewDiePie of like, eventually YouTube is going to be this big thing, and then I think mainstream media was just kind of like, that you just play games in your bedroom, and that was like a big part of conversation around it for a long time. Probably not like that big to cable at the time, because I think there was a lot of push from cable to just kind of ignore YouTube's growing popularity. It's weird to look back on some of these things. I don't know how many people were actually there, or how many people like how many people actually cared about this stuff, because I was really big into YouTube during some of these early growth phases, like 2014 or whatever. I feel like during this time I was very invested. I've been invested pretty much since. And so, like, looking at some of this stuff, like, YouTube is on such a different scale now than it was back then, but it also was big back then. It just wasn't big in the same way as it is now, which is weird, because it had, like, there were things with like millions of views even back in 2014 that existed, but it feels like, I don't know, now there's things with hundreds of millions of views. I guess that's the difference, right? But yeah, back then I remember as well, like let's say somebody like PewDiePie back then is making, even if it was just making like $100,000, which is a lot of money, but nothing like what they make now, where there's these deca millionaires, like all of them. Like Markiplier probably has at least like 50 million. Like Markiplier is like Robert Downey Jr. You know what I mean? Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. That's kind of crazy. Because it doesn't feel like, not because it's wrong, like he shouldn't be or something like that, but and I think he's put in a lot of the effort, like the effort to get there, sure. Like I'm not downplaying that, but I do think there was this early on thing where it was like reporters who maybe make like 70, 80K, or maybe pushing towards 1,000, or 100,000 I should say, 6 figures. These people are like, how is it possible that someone who plays video games is making 6 figures? They're making more than I make as a reporter with all these years of experience. That was the old conversation, and now it's like, it's just so different now. Things are so different. That conversation is kind of absurd now, because it's like, it's so, like, imagine if the biggest YouTube content creator right now was making $100,000, you know? Not like remember when XQC, for example, XQC made had a $100 million contract for 2 years with Kick, not even including merch sales, not including any of the other crap. Just come on our site and we'll give you $100 million. Like, that's more, like, at the time, that was more than LeBron James made in his 2-year contract. Again, not including merch, to be clear. Like, LeBron James is probably making a ton of extra money elsewhere, and so is XQC, but I would imagine not as much as LeBron. Like, that's not necessarily the point. The point more being, like, the scale of these numbers is insane and ridiculous. In ways that it wasn't back then, but back then, like, I remember having, like, a negative kind of feeling, because I watch all these guys. I gotta stop jumping off the wall, it's killing me. I remember watching all these guys, like PewDiePie, like all these different people, whatever, and the criticism that was coming out about them, and feeling so strongly like, this is wrong. Like, these people are doing something really cool, and they're in this emerging field, and you just don't get it, right? And there's so much potential there, and they're growing, and eventually they're going to make a ton of money, and they have talent, and there's something else too there. There's something so core there of, like, this is a person. This isn't just like a character, that felt really important to early YouTube. And then you see some of these people like Bo Burnham or whoever. You see some of these people stretch out to some other directions, and you think, like, yeah, they have talent. Like, Bo Burnham becomes like a hit comedian after being a YouTube meme guy. You know, he was always doing kind of the same stuff to a certain extent, but now it's like, it's funny to look at, because I think of, well, this gets into a little bit of a different topic, and I'm very hip hoppity right now, but Also, I don't eat sugar or like drink coffee very much at all. I feel like I have a good amount of energy. If any of that stuff just makes me go freaking like, I go so fast on sugar. I avoid it. Anyway, just a quick thing there, but yeah. So I feel like it's bizarre to think about some of these situations. Where was it going? Bo Burnham, level of success. Oh, thinking of Bo Burnham as a YouTuber versus thinking of Bo Burnham as a celebrity, right? Or as a comedian. So, or same thing happens with let's see. There's Bo Burnham. Oh, Joji. Oh my gosh, like that situation. It's crazy. Thinking of these guys as YouTubers, like I don't know if I think of Joji as a YouTuber because of the amount of a breakaway from Filthy Frank that he took, but if I think about somebody, okay. Real name is Bob. Yeah, Bo Burnham. Bob Burnham. Yeah, Bo. Yeah. If I think about Bo Burnham as a YouTuber because that is where he got his start, and that's where I think almost everybody who watches him, that's what they think of. But I don't know if people think of Joji like Joji's current fans are music fans, which is different, which is kind of strange. Because like he's about as YouTuber as you get, right? Like that, he is literally like the YouTuber of 2016 or whatever. Maybe besides PewDiePie, like was it 2016 and before that and after that, like there's a span of time where Joji, where Filthy Frank was this unbelievably massive like character that, although semi-controversial, at least YouTube, was at the core of what YouTube was. It's a place where anybody can do anything in any direction if they're creative and artistic and whatever enough. It works. And then and there's different tastes for different people. Like he was a very strange taste, in a way. I feel like, yeah, it's weird though that somehow, to me anyway, because I've listened to a lot of his music, I feel like his music, like, it's so separate from YouTube, and what he does now is so separate from YouTube that Joji isn't a YouTuber, even though Filthy Frank is a YouTuber. But Bo Burnham is still a YouTuber because he makes the same stuff he made then, just with a different twist to it. So like his early stuff was more juvenile, let's say. But then when you look at his first, but if you do the same thing if you look at his first special to his last special, look at let's see, what was before Make Happy? So his most recent special is Inside. Before Inside was Make Happy. Before Make Happy, I don't know, the first big one that he had. I feel like that first special was much more juvenile, I guess, than the next one and the next one, right? Like there were 3 of them and then Inside, right? So I don't remember though. Oh crap. Careful. Okay. Yeah, this I'm so trapped in this place. Pink Eye Era was so bad the comedy doesn't hold up at all. It doesn't hold up at all. That's the unfortunate thing though. That's the unfortunate thing is back then it was funny. And it shouldn't have been funny, right? There are parts of it. The reason that Pink Guy doesn't hold up is a little bit tough. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit more complicated than it seems, I think, on the surface, in my opinion. Okay, maybe I'm what would you call that? Edgy, or maybe I'm geez, I don't know what you'd say about that. Let's say I do 6. I feel like the reason that it doesn't hold up. The reason it doesn't hold up is because what he was going for. So wait, actually, before I even go into that, the reason it doesn't hold up is because of the topics / controversy or / like the way he's approaching the topics, or is it because of the quality, right? These are 2 different things. So like Pink Guy, the Pink Guy, well, and also, are you talking about Pink Guy era as in like pretty much all of Filthy Frank, or are you talking about the Pink Guy specifically as in like the peak of Filthy Frank, or when he made the Pink album? Because these are also all kind of different things, and maybe I'm getting a little bit too specific here. But like the Pink album, I think I wouldn't love it, to be honest. It's not my favorite thing. I liked even just saying some of the words of the things that existed in the past there is kind of bizarre, but I liked like Hair Cake and stuff like that. That was just hilarious. That was a great era. I think the Pink album is basically a culmination of the point, which is that this isn't Joji. It's not Filthy Frank. I guess it is Filthy Frank. It's a character, right? So Filthy Frank exists. Well, Joji exists, I guess, honestly, George Miller, right? Is that his name? George Miller exists. But Joji is a character, and Filthy Frank is a character. Filthy Frank is a disturbing, mean, cruel, cold, and dismissive bigot, right? Intentionally. That is Filthy Frank. And I don't know if you can do that anymore. I don't know if you can do that. That's the side of it that I think doesn't hold up as well. Is even as a character, you're still influencing people, right? You can do it, but I don't know if so. You can still be all those things, and you're fine. You'll be fine. You'll actually do really well. Plenty of people do really well by doing those things. The problem is, can you do those things as a joke and hold on to an audience that is willing to take the joke, but also doesn't agree with you? So let's say that you are, well, I mean, look at iDubbbz. I mean, holy crap. But let's say that you are, oh my gosh. Let's say that you are like Filthy Frank back then. Filthy Frank might have held some of the opinion, or maybe still holds some of the opinions of like, because not all, like, whatever, not all of it is especially controversial what was being said, but there were some things that were pretty wild, right? From back then. So let's say Filthy Frank doesn't agree with these things. He's doing a bit, right? This is a character. Same with Bo Burnham, actually. Bo Burnham is also, he's very liberal, or very left-leaning, extremely left-leaning person. Some of the jokes are at the expense of people who he disagrees with. A lot of them, actually. So in his case, what if his entire audience was made up of people that actually agree with the people that he's making fun of? Because they don't really get the joke, or because he didn't really express himself very well as being a joke. Then he runs into a problem, and this is the iDubbbz dilemma, right? In my opinion. And obviously, you might not agree with some of like the political leanings or the things that I'm talking about. That's fine. I'm not here to like preach to you, whatever. I do think though that iDubbbz ran into a problem where his beliefs and everything might have always been. They weren't always consistent. He at one point was a lot more. He was a lot more anti-censorship, I think, at one point in time. But some of his core beliefs are still the same. He's always been kind of like, he's always made fun of people who he thought were like jerks, right? Like people who he thought were like abusive and mean and whatever, like all these things. It's just that he also kind of made the jokes, but he did it in a way that he thought was like coming across as like, obviously this is stupid. I'm making a joke out of these people. But then his audience didn't really agree with that. And then years later, he's looking at it and he's like, obviously don't agree with that, because that's not what comes across at all. I did a terrible job expressing how I felt. And so then he looks back at this. But then when he does this, he not only alienates his fans, he also like insults them and attacks them. Like his only way out of feeling like this remorse or guilt or whatever is to attack his own audience. And that looks terrible. Like what just like a disaster. Filthy Frank might have dodged a bullet there, because Joji, I don't know, but I don't think Filthy Frank is a character, Bo Burnham is a character, iDubbbz was a character. iDubbbz was a character that didn't ever like die. It's strange. So iDubbbz's situation is strange, and it kind of sucks because there's a lot of like sensible people that I think have a very bad take, in my opinion, of where iDubbbz is at, where they're like, no, you should have never said that they were wrong. Like you should have never disagreed with your past, because you're attacking your own fans. It's like, yeah, because he doesn't like them. He's being honest, right? That's good. He should have been more honest the whole time. He should have been more open, or at least made it somewhat clear so he didn't run into this problem. But like the idea that he should have just been like, you should have always made fun of, women or whatever. Like you should have always stuck to whatever you were doing before. That stuff's crazy to me, because it's like, but he does run into a problem though. Like I think he probably didn't handle it very well. That's probably true. But yeah, it's all kind of weird. Entertainers should hunt their fans down for sport. Yes, yes, sport. Right, we're all having fun. Oh boy. Okay, that's this. Oh yeah, we're in this space. This space is tough. Okay, where are we going? Holds up Spork. Remember the old Bo stuff. Real name is Bob Ernham. Right now looks so much as M. Right. But Frank, Pink Eye Arrows held up the comedy. I'm kind of, to be fair, like if any of this is coming across as more extreme than what I mean it to be, or like I like all these people. I'm not trying to like say any of these people are bad. Some people don't like these people, to be fair. Seeing iDubbbz growth was nice. Scumbag Dad does a content cop much better than iDubbbz. Yeah, I think it's good. That's a good thing too, is like give more room for people who aren't like iDubbbz might still be really good. Like, okay, let me give an example. Some of you might hate Schlatt, Jay Schlatt. I don't know. I like Schlatt. Some people hate him. I get it. 113. Still not the best, but not too far off. I'm a big fan. I think I like what he does, like the way that he does it. And the reason I like it is because the first person that I watched on YouTube, my intro to YouTube, was CNanners. CNanners, awesome. You're probably familiar with CNanners, maybe you're not. CNanners then works with Mr. Sark and, let's see, Hutch and Gassy Mexican and Chilled Chaos and a lot of other people. Chilled Chaos, actually, notably, despite his actual relevance now, although he's not, like, massive, he's always, like, massive-ish. Chilled Chaos back then, back when he was with CNanners and Sark and all them, was very new, very inexperienced, awkward, uncomfortable, needed to learn a lot. He was like the newbie in their group. Now, in every group he's in, he's like the guy. He's the guy that's been doing YouTube for over a decade, whatever. So, wait, hold on. Do you know CNanners? CNanners is... Well, maybe you don't. You do know J-Schlot. So J-Schlot's modern. So J-Schlot is... His entire shtick, his entire, like, brand is largely influenced by Mr. Sark. Mr. Sark is, like, the original J-Schlot. And he was... If Mr. Sark's old stuff were stuff that he did now, he would be very controversial. J-Schlot's controversial. Sark was a different type of guy. He was awesome, though. Sark is hilarious. So, like, you'd have to look if you look up old, let's see, Mr. Sark, Machinima, Respawn, Inbox, like, there's going to be, like, best Machinima Inbox moments, whatever, that sort of thing. They're so funny. Mr. Sark was hilarious. Okay. Modern CNanners is tradition. So J-Schlot, okay, how much do you know J-Schlot? So J-Schlot has a podcast called Chuckle Sandwich, and Chuckle Sandwich was with Ted Nivizent and Slimesicle. Slimesicle is a channel that I found at like 2,000 subscribers back like a long time ago. Slimesicle is also like an OG or whatever you want to call it, right? He's also classic. But when I found Slimesicle, he had like 2,000 subscribers and was making little like Gmod videos with his friends, and they were terrible. Because he was baking for, well, I guess, I don't know what you call it. He was view baking, right? But what he was doing was like, hey, my channel's, I'm trying to grow it. I'm working really hard to make it into something, whatever. He was that guy. That's how I found Slimesicle. Isn't that insane? I don't know if you don't. Okay, there you go. Okay, that's fine. So he has a very particular sort of a vibe, Schlatt, and so that's why I kind of mentioned at the very beginning, like, if you don't like him, I get it, because he has a specific type of draw or appeal that doesn't really fit for everybody. But let's see, let me navigate this. Okay, so he has this podcast. It's with these two guys, Slimesicle. It was so crazy to see. It's been so crazy to see Slimesicle so involved in everything because he was such a small creator when I first saw him. Anyway, so I remember with that podcast, every time he does that podcast, there's this part where he says, where there's like this question, like after like it was like 5 podcasts in or something, 5 episodes in, he's talking to Ted Nivizent and Slimesicle, and he says, okay, I have a question for you. It's very important, whatever. And so they're all kind of like, all right, whatever, Schlatt, like, what is this? Go ahead, whatever. And Schlatt is like, would you rather have unlimited bacon, but no games, okay, no games at all, or would you rather have games, unlimited games, and no games? Which would you pick, right? And then you have to decide, and you're like, what? Repeat the question. Okay, and then he's like, okay, fine. Maybe, I thought I communicated myself just fine, perfectly clear. Maybe you didn't understand me. Okay, I'll try again. We'll try again, right? Would you rather have unlimited bacon, but no more games, or games, unlimited games, and no games? Which one? and they just waits. And people think about it, right? Because it's a stupid question. The reason that question exists in the first place is it was on a Machinima Respawn like inbox thing where like fan mail videos people make. So back with Machinima, which Machinima, there's a whole other thing to get into with Machinima. But Machinima was this like big major company that owned a lot of YouTubers for a long time. So you would make a contract with Machinima, and then that was like the only way to really make money, because they would sell merch, they would push you around, you would become a big popular YouTuber, and so like everyone had to go with them, but the contract was terrible. So this is classic YouTube contract abuse, which happens so much with other YouTube. It's crazy. And anyway, So Sark, being one of the people that was caught up in one of these awful contracts, and APL Fisher, which is this other creator from the old Machinima days, were both part of Machinima Respawn. And so was Hutch and Nanners and so on. They were all part of Machinima. And there was this, like, so Sark and APL would do Machinima Respawn, which is like a mail time, you know, like a fan mail thing. And someone sent in mail, and that's the question in the letter. And within the letter, yeah, it says this question. And so Sark, so they read it out once, and they're like, what? And then Sark is like, I'm like, you know, mentally ill, obviously a different word at the time, genie, right? And I'm popping up out of this urn. And now you have the question. And he says, would you have, you know, and he has this like crazy way of like presenting it. And they both crack up and laugh, and it's awesome. It's awesome. Classic old days. And then J-Schlatt takes this and makes it like the key part of his podcast that gets like, you know, many of them have like millions of views. Generally on average they have like 400,000 or so per podcast. And so people are seeing this joke from forever with mail time. I know I thought about it as soon as I said it. Gosh dang it. Okay. Okay. Gotta live long enough. All right. Almost. Okay. J-Shine sometimes have some good cover songs. I know some good from TikToks. Beacon but no game. Unlimited games. Yeah, the bacon but no game. Unlimited. So it's, yeah. Would you rather have unlimited bacon but no more games, or games, unlimited games, and no games? And so the question is, you know, obviously kind of ridiculous, because if you choose the games, okay, and then when you answer, you say, okay, well, I guess I would go with the bacon, because at least then I get something, right? Like I get the bacon, even if I don't have games, at least I have something. But then it's like, well, wait, did you not listen to the question? What about the games? You get unlimited games. And you're like, no, but like no games. Okay, but like what about the unlimited games? You're like, it feels like you're really valuing the no games a lot here, but not the unlimited games at all. and like, isn't unlimited games better than unlimited bacon? It's like, you know. But yeah, it's classic. It's classic. And so J-Schlatt kind of revives this, and it was actually interesting. There was a recent one of their podcasts where they actually brought Sark on, which is kind of bizarre because yeah, there was also there's been a few different like references to Sark. There's a lot of different like. There's a lot of J-Schlatt's jokes, like the jokes that kind of made him super famous, whatever, or like popular, and helped him grow his channel, came from Sark as well. So, but that's actually, okay, here's why I like J-Schlatt, right? I understand, like, in terms of his vibe, he has a very particular way about him. The reason that I like J-Schlatt is because, it's twofold. One, he reminds me of old YouTube, but two, he loves old YouTube. Like, and it's a part of his character, part of his personality. So, I watched old Minecraft YouTube. What a great place to be, am I right? I don't know if you get that, but holy crap. Old Minecraft YouTube, and all of the people who are now in prison from being old Minecraft YouTubers and doing things they shouldn't have done. But I watched old Minecraft YouTube, and there's some of them, many of them, that have still lived to this day. So there's Ant Venom, for example, who is maybe like one of the, he's a very monotone or very he's not usually super excitable, but he'll take it like a look at mod packs, and he'll take a look at some crazy map, and he showcases a ton of stuff. So he was big with old Minecraft YouTube, and so yeah, I liked Ant Venom well enough. Also, Captain Sparkle's a really big deal, who was actually part of like some of the early Gmod stuff, but then expanded into Minecraft and really expanded to Minecraft like crazy. Became like one of the biggest Minecraft people. Like all these different people who are, in my mind, they're kind of like these weird celebrity people that I watched a ton growing up. So all these people exist, but Minecraft kind of dies out. So DreamSP old? No. DreamSP is new Minecraft, but yes, at the same time, kind of. So the way that some of this stuff works with YouTube is people talk about being kind of cyclical in a way. Minecraft works this way, at least so far. Maybe not, but kind of. So the way Minecraft has worked is Minecraft started, people were kind of like iffy on it. It really grew when people started doing, like making their own stories in Minecraft. That's really how Minecraft has been as successful as it is in large part, is because people will, on YouTube more than anything, people will create identities and stories and situations out of nothing because it's a sandbox game, and it's really good as a sandbox game. So they're not just building castles, they're building a narrative. And so that's kind of, yeah, that's what blew Minecraft up like crazy is, I think maybe even, it might have been the old like Yogscast, I think was one of the first people to really do this. This is old stuff right now I'm talking about. Where they would record themselves, and they created like some type of narrative. It was kind of loosely held together, but like some character shows up and attacks them, whatever. Obviously in Minecraft, you know that that's not really possible, because it's a real person that comes in and pretends to be this character. But still, this idea of like creating out of nothing a narrative within this game was really cool. Same thing happened with Gmod, actually. That's the reason why Gmod did as well as it did as well. But in my opinion, on YouTube specifically, obviously the game might have done well anyway outside of YouTube, but YouTube was really a major influence on its success and its longevity of success. So anyway, so Yogscast is kind of the big example, and then after Yogscast, you got people like PewDiePie who continue, like PewDiePie, not PewDiePie actually. PewDiePie was before Yogscast. He was just playing the game and it kind of sucked, and it's like his first set of videos, and then he didn't talk about it for a long time after. But to continue the Minecraft kind of trend, Sky Does Minecraft is a really good example. Ant Venom is a really good example. Sky Does Minecraft, Ant Venom, Captain Sparkles, Syndicate. Syndicate is one you maybe haven't heard of. If you remember CSGO Lotto, Syndicate's entire reputation got destroyed because he scammed people out of money, basically. Hard to go in exactly the details of, but he would pretend to have like some big success, like to have some big Lotto victory, but actually he owned the website and was messing with the results to get people to pay money into the website to make money. So Syndicate's whole reputation got destroyed. But before that, oh my gosh, no. Okay, you're saying there's somewhere I can go through the middle, right? You said the middle. How would I do that? How would I do? Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe I do that. Anyway, Syndicate was a big deal on Minecraft servers. He had things like Mayanite and Dianite, which were like huge like religions or whatever that would fight each other with a ton of a ton of big creators that would be involved in each side. Kind of like if you think about Dream SMP, that's actually a good example of like a similarity. Nowhere near to that scale because old YouTube was not where it is now. Know the name of the streamer. So yeah. Well, the two people for that for CS:GO Lotto would be Syndicate and Tucker. Tom? No, Tom is Syndicate's first name. What was the other guy? I don't remember. There was Syndicate and one other guy were both involved in this. The story you probably heard was of the guy apologizing. So one of the two of them, not Syndicate, apologized for this by bringing their dog in this super awkward, like strange. So it's recorded in his house, which is obviously like a mega mansion with like glass everywhere, like very fancy. And he pulls his dog in and he's like, oh, whatever. And then he's like, sorry guys, I really messed up with this one. It doesn't really address the situation. It's like one of the worst YouTuber apologies outside of more modern. Obviously you have the ukulele person and all that, but Colleen Ballinger, right? But back then this was like this was like at the time before. This was actually also before Logan Paul, I believe. So it was considered to be the worst apology. And then Logan Paul replaced that with his I've made a series of grave and whatever mistakes, that whole thing. Yeah, so that's all old Minecraft stuff. Eventually, though, all this Minecraft stuff kind of starts to die off. So Sky Does Minecraft turns out to be kind of a jerk, and there's a lot of predators that get arrested and so on, and people just in general, and Minecraft is kind of aging, and so people are kind of like, about it, right? So Minecraft kind of falls off. And people who do Minecraft content stop doing it. They start doing other content. So Minecraft is kind of gone and done. And Minecraft was this old game we all loved, right? It was great. In fact, we all loved it so much that one of the people who loved Minecraft made a tribute to it. It was called A Tribute to Minecraft. This tribute to Minecraft encouraged some of the big creators from way in the past to make a new server, jump on it, and maybe we'll just all do a stream together and kind of reminisce about the good old days when this silly game was so popular and so amazing, right? We'll think back to those times and kind of look at how it is now and whatever. That's the point. So we're all jumping in. Call Me Carson's there. Nothing bad's going to happen to him later. Ant Venom was there. A lot of the old Minecraft YouTubers who were super big. Preston Plays, whatever. All these guys are there. And all the ones that weren't Predators anyway. Right. But it is what it is. What can you do? So they're all on the server, and they also invite the guy that made A Tribute to Minecraft in, just as kind of like a, hey, you inspired everybody to come in. The video got like 1 million views or something, your little channel, but you clearly have a lot of love for it, so maybe it'd be cool to have you around. Okay, so you've got this big server, all these classic people in it, and turns out, after not too long of playing it, Minecraft is actually still really fun. even though it's such an old game that was like popular a decade ago or like 5 years ago now, it's kind of not been popular for all this time. Minecraft's actually still fun, funny, and people who are good at creating content are still able to make new and unique things from it. Kind of a shocker. What happens with this? Well, Minecraft blows up again to the point where even PewDiePie plays it after not playing it for his entire career except for the first or second video he made. Pretty kind of crazy news. So where is the relevance of this, and why am I explaining this detail? The person who made a tribute to Minecraft, the person that brought all of these creators back to Minecraft and revived the entire game into making Dream SMP. This is how Dream, Wilbur, Soot, Tommy Innit, all these big names, this is where they came from. Wilbur Soot, nothing happened to him either, I imagine. Anyway, George Not Found, whoever. All these guys. Techno, unfortunately, stuff, whatever. All that stuff. All that stuff happens because of pretty much one guy who made a video called A Tribute to Minecraft. That's JSchlatt. That's why JSchlatt is important. Because JSchlatt makes a tribute to Minecraft. They all play the game. It revives the game. It brings in new audiences. It pulls in all of these creators who make content that appeals to a mass audience who are now in love with the idea of Minecraft again. I don't know if Dream would have had nearly as much success without a tribute to Minecraft coming from JSchlatt. So, this is a little bit of a strong reading in JSchlatt's favor, but it's pretty important. Yes, A Tribute to Minecraft pulled in all of the biggest creators, brought PewDiePie to the game because the interest was rising for Minecraft, and, all of this happens, I think, in large part because of Tribute to Minecraft. And so they invite JSchlatt on. And you got all these big creators, they're all funny, talented, have been working for years in different games, and they're bringing that understanding back to Minecraft and talking, and it's fun, it's enjoyable. But what does JSchlatt do the entire time he's there? He fans over people. So he sees Ant Venom. He's obsessed with talking to Ant Venom. I've got to talk to Ant Venom. Someone get me to Ant Venom, right? I need to talk to Ant Venom because he's like my biggest inspiration. I love that guy, whatever. So we're all like, okay, JSchlatt, not only did he not revive this game at this point. We're seeing Minecraft again. It's really fun. It's really cool. What an awesome experience. And there's JSchlatt, and he made it happen. That's awesome. So there's JSchlatt, right? He's involved in all this. And then what ends up happening, though, is he's like, please, I want to see... He's just begging whoever he can to see Ant Venom. Finally, Ant Venom comes. They start talking, and JSchlatt almost immediately, tries to punch him off a cliff. Classic, right? And Ant Venom obviously after this, doesn't want to talk to JSchlatt anymore because he's just harassing him whenever he can. But JSchlatt keeps begging, and they pull him into a call. And Ant Venom's like, you're not just going to try to kill me again, are you? And obviously Schlatt says he's not going to, and obviously he does. So Schlatt's kind of immediately like, people are like, okay, this guy made a fun video, whatever, and brought people back in, but he's also kind of funny. So this goes on for a little bit of time, and this is all within this revival. This is during the revival, and probably why it was revived in part is because of the humor of what's going on here. They have this big meeting where all these big YouTubers, midway through this stream, come to what they've made. They've made this sort of I guess it's like a theater, like a little theater. They built a little theater. They're all sitting in this theater or whatever, and they're gonna tell jokes. So now we're gonna add a little bit to this Minecraft thing. We're not just experiencing Minecraft, talking about it. We're going to tell some jokes, whatever. So people go up, they tell a joke, people laugh, whatever. JSchlatt goes up, and instead of telling a joke, he basically says the setup to a joke, and then stops, and everyone waits, and he stays stopped. He doesn't say the punchline. And eventually people start kind of laughing, and then he starts talking again. Okay, fine. But now he's saying another setup to a joke, and he doesn't say the punchline. And he does this over and over again, and then he starts saying the punchline, but not the joke. And people are cracking, they can't believe what's happening right now, right? Because this is just some guy, right? They just invited this guy because he made a tribute to Minecraft, but this is just a guy that made oh my god, a video on the game. This isn't actually an entertainer, right? This guy's nobody, really. He just has he has a few thousand subs or whatever, right? And all of a sudden, he's stealing the show. And this goes on and on and on. So there's basically this new Minecraft YouTuber, I guess, is in town, right? This new Minecraft YouTuber is part of the conversation. From there, when you think about Dream blows up because of this catapults JSchlatt from nobody into stardom, fame, right? And then the way that other people came around to it, oh my goodness. Dream cheats in a speed run, and people are paying attention to him for that reason, which is fine. I mean, I don't know, I don't care that much. But then he, more importantly, from this little bit of fame that he's starting to gather because of speedrunning, being the best speedrunner of Minecraft supposedly, he makes like hunters versus whatever, right? Like speedrunners versus casual players, and he actually is really, really good at the game, because even if you cheat a little on speedrunning, you still have to be extremely impressive to seem like you're not cheating. So he might have, well, seemingly did and admitted to modifying the statistics of the likelihood of getting ender pearls and blaze rods, and then he streamed it. And so he's showcasing, and he is absolutely, obviously, he's at the top level. If he could become one of the best speedrunners, definitely. He would just have to play the game for hundreds of hours forevermore. And eventually he could be the best speedrunner, sure. But he skips this by adjusting the game slightly. And it still looks pretty legit. He's still incredibly good at the game, and no one knows for sure if it's cheated or not. But there's cheating allegations starting to come up. Then he makes the hunters versus speedrunner challenges and whatever. His channel blows up, and some of that falls behind him by a pretty long shot, I would say. And Dream is now known as the best Minecraft player in the world. And with a revival of Minecraft, that's a pretty good thing to be. At the same time this is happening, there's a thing called Minecraft Mondays, run by Killer Keemstar, who's a real scumbag, to be honest. But it's pretty cool. I mean, Minecraft Mondays is cool. And so Minecraft Mondays is, let's see, kind of blowing up. They're doing one after the next after the next. You got people like Captain Sparkles and whoever else, because the revival of Minecraft has happened, and so they're kind of invested or interested. And let's see. And a few of these go by, and then, in my mind, because my way of experiencing this anyway, is pretty out of the blue, a new challenger enters the arena, who is actually growing in popularity but hasn't been a part of the public side of this as much, named Technoblade. Technoblade kills everybody, but not just by a little bit. He completely demolishes everybody else in the ring, right? Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's what I think anyway. It was either before or right around the same time, because that's what shot him to stardom or fame, was the speedrun success, and then I believe, or maybe right beforehand, the because like you got to imagine like with the speedrun, the manhunt concept, your I don't know if allegations were before, actually. I think there might have been people who were worried about it or were questioning it. He turned in his stuff early on, but I don't know if the allegations were big, if they even existed at all at that time. And then I think once he shot up in fame, he was able to kind of bury the allegations pretty easily, because it's not like he was actively speedrunning it. And it's not like I think, and there's a lot, you'd have to do a lot to prove that. Like, how would you really manage to? The way they managed to is because of the statistical likelihood of it happening across a stream. So the amount of unlikely grabs, unlikely items, unlikely whatever that he had across this stream is completely insane. And then he's hired a mathematician. Okay, I'm sure you know all this stuff, though. I'm just kind of rambling about old news a little bit here, but it is kind of interesting. And then eventually he admits to it, but, long time after. That's fine. I mean, honestly, I don't really care that much about that side of it, because I'm not a speedrunner. It's not, I mean, it's not good, right? It's not a good thing, but he's talented, he's entertaining. Like, in terms of YouTube success, I think it's fine to have Dream up there that high. Yeah, Skyblock, yep. Technoblade, I don't think I had heard of him before, honestly, but Minecraft Monday was huge. I watched some old things, and I would say, like, personally, my understanding is that Tubbo and Tommy Innit followed Technoblade into stardom. That they were both kind of smaller creators that had somewhat of a connection to him. The funny thing with Tommy Innit, and now we're finally, after all that background, because, like, so when I talk about old Minecraft, I guess what I'm talking about is pre-Tribute to Minecraft, so pre-JSchlatt. The reason I say it that way is because there was a big break in between, and old Minecraft is extremely distinct. In a lot of ways, but maybe mainly in the way it's done. So the entertainment styles and like the main market, I guess, the age bracket, the people that were watching, whatever, like all the influences, everything, to me is different with old Minecraft. Old Minecraft was slower. That might be the biggest thing, actually. It was a lot slower. That's a really central part of it. Because back then we didn't make content as fast, just in general. So what blew up Wilbur Soot, as an example, to my understanding, Wilbur Soot's takeoff happened because of Minecraft, but water always rises. Minecraft, but lava falls from the sky. Minecraft, but blocks disappear. Minecraft, right? He had all these ideas that were pretty cool and like came together well. He was also funny and talented and so on. So Wilbur Soot kind of takes off with these things and then is invited to I think Dream SMP and meets Tommy, and their interaction is incredible, right? Like, they're very, like, Tommy's like young and impressionable and like innocent, but also like rambunctious and crazy, and he's like 16 or something. And Wilbur Soot is like an older brother. He's like very like, oh, Tommy, don't do this thing, don't do that thing, right? Very, like, their dynamic is incredible. Anyway, so that's all happening, and obviously now it's sort of strange to look at all this now, to be honest, particularly because of Wilbur Soot. That stuff is weird now. It's weird. I don't know what to think about it, because it's not like it was with. The reason it's weird is because I don't know if there's like an absolute right answer, even though I think generally there is a right answer. Like, seemingly, like, well, here's one thing. When I first heard about this stuff with Wilbur Soot, what had happened, I was like, okay, what happened? Like, okay, gotta kind of try to figure it out. And then I was like, okay, he's been popular for so long. It's surprising something like this, like, we wouldn't know about it, right? Surely, like it seems like if it's been going on for a long time with a lot of different people, we would have known about it sometime before now. And then, and this is a bad thing. I'm gonna kind of admit something here a little bit. I realized that it was Shovel talking about it, and I was like, oh, okay. Because when some random thing happens, like something like this, I feel like it's, although it's good to be like, okay, like, you shouldn't brush it aside, shouldn't dismiss it, you also probably shouldn't automatically accept it as like a fact. You should sort of be like, okay, what happened? That's not good. What are the details of it? How bad is it? Like, what did he do? What is he being accused of? What has he said in response to it? What have they said? Like, this stuff is all pretty important. But Shovel is she'll do this for a long time, creating for a long time. She's not like some new creator trying to like get clout or something like that. Not that that's like, you know, very common, but it does happen. Shovel is a pretty serious person. She's a pretty private person, to my understanding. She has the trust of a lot of people. That it feels to me like that dispels some of it. I don't think that she would have just brought it up for no reason, and I also don't see any of this. I don't see almost any of the incentive for her to bring it up. I didn't even know they were together. Like, to me, like, that's kind of my part of my outlook on it, which is maybe a bad thing, because I probably shouldn't care so much about the details in that way, and should care more about just like the facts of what's been released. That being said, I do feel like then you get into this kind of weird area. Where the actual circumstances of what was done, this is why it's weird. So, as I was starting to talk about before, to me, why it's weird is because I remember there was a guy back with old Minecraft. So we're talking about old Minecraft here. There were Sky Does Minecraft. So Sky Does Minecraft was one of these big names, much like Ant Venom, but Sky Does Minecraft was not Ant Venom was like a solo content creator. He was very focused, very gradual, very like consistent. And he was like very slow. More than anything else, he was slow. He would create whatever. Dang, content. Gosh, it's hard. This part's hard. He would create like reviews of something, and he would spend hours on the same thing, and then hours and hours and hours more on like a map or something, and then he would talk about it and discuss it in great depth. We don't really do that's not a YouTube thing, right? YouTube is like fast paced. Okay, here's what I think, and now you're done. Now you can move on, right? He didn't work like that. So, unlike Ant Venom, Sky Does Minecraft was, as he developed, unlike Ant Venom developed into a better critiquer, into someone who was better at explaining his thoughts, but he did not develop into someone who expressed them faster or simpler, necessarily. Maybe more accurately, but not really simpler. Sky Does Minecraft started out as your kind of casual, like, you know, he plays Minecraft, talks about it, whatever, just having fun with his friends, and over time became more like a hype beast, you know, like modern YouTube. Sky Does Minecraft took the direction that YouTube ultimately took, which is why he was more successful, I think. I think Sky's Minecraft's success was so incredible, massive, and unbelievable because he was going in the direction that YouTube would go, ultimately. And one part of what he did as well, which was in the direction of YouTube, is that he developed a lot of friends and made a lot of content with them. It was very cooperative, collaborative, whatever. And one of these friends was called Jinbop. Let me think. So the friends of Sky Does Minecraft early on, it's weird to think about now because I don't. In my head, I'm like Sapnap, and I'm like, I know that's not. Sapnap's a dream person. Gosh, I don't even know if I remember anymore. I know there was Jinbop. I know there was a guy. It's been so long, man. I'm recalling all of this on the fly, and I was feeling pretty good about it. But there is a guy that I can't remember the name of. So early on, not important. Sky Does Minecraft had like one core friend, and then he had a girl that he was dating, named Dawn, and they all made content together. And then ultimately, Dawn and Sky Does Minecraft broke up, and Sky apparently paid her off to never talk about it and to delete her channel and never make a new one. Which is kind of crazy. But this was all stuff that nobody knew about because, and I remember watching videos with them together and I was like, oh, that's nice, that's sweet, whatever. And then she just disappeared. Okay, weird, but maybe she decided didn't want to make content anymore. I don't know. They didn't tell us. Okay, so this is so long ago. So this is before he got famous. This is like when he was mid to like semi-famous YouTube, early Minecraft stuff. So he was famous for Minecraft, but not actually YouTube famous at this point. He goes on, and this is also all my understanding. So like if I've got some details of this wrong or like whatever, you know, but this is my understanding of what happened. So that's crazy. That feels crazy. But nobody knows about it at this point. He continues on, and he brings in all these new people. One of them was Jinbop. Jinbop was, there's a whole story, and I bought into the story, and I liked Jinbop because the story was very endearing. So here's your story, and caution yourself because it will not be endearing the whole way through. So here we go. So Jinbop and Sky Does Minecraft. Sky is basically, he's very depressive and very unhappy and very lonely and miserable. Basically, this is his high school experience. And then he starts making content on YouTube, and he makes it on a game called RuneScape. And the RuneScape content does pretty well because he starts talking to people. You know, it does fairly well in general for this time period. And so then he finds Minecraft, and he starts doing Minecraft. Minecraft does really well. He changes his name to Sky Does Minecraft. But before he starts taking off, before he starts making friends with RuneScape, he's sad, alone, whatever. And this is also a trend for old YouTube. So modern YouTubers aren't necessarily all from like miserable backgrounds. Old YouTubers are. Because why would they go to... Honestly, and this is something I've thought about before too. Old YouTubers are largely... Their stories are very depressing. Part of the reason for that, I think, is because they... when they were doing YouTube, nobody was doing YouTube. There was no reason to do YouTube. It didn't give you any money. There was no motivation. Like there's just no purpose to it. So what they're doing is they're uploading videos online. No one does this. No one watches them. Why would you do that? It kind of navigates you down to a very small subset of people, and Sky is one of those people, who are lonely and have nothing to do with their time. And that's not meant as an insult. It's where he was. So he's just uploading kind of for no reason, really. Just uploading videos. Which is, like, there are cases where that's normal. What I'm saying is, like, big YouTubers, those are the people that stuck with it for a super long time and grew their channel despite there being no financial incentive. Did I just turn around? That's kind of crazy. Anyway, so, carrying on. Sky, as I said, miserable, life is tough, whatever, and bad home life, all this stuff. Jinbop is another high schooler. He does sports, whatever, you know. We were kind of presented with a guy who doesn't necessarily have these same problems, but who recognizes Sky and his problems. And so Sky, as he always did, was in the bathroom eating his lunch alone, and he starts crying because, as he often does, he feels miserable, alone, and kind of recognizes the position that he's in. And I think, yeah, so we kind of get this really sad story about Sky Does Minecraft here. Jinbop comes into the bathroom, hears Sky crying, and sits in the next stall and talks to him. And he does this that day, and the next day, and the next, and the next. Every time when Sky goes in the bathroom and cries and is miserable, whatever, Jin comes around. and basically become friends without ever seeing each other. Jin doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know that he's like this weird, loser kid, whatever the idea is here. He just knows that it's a guy that's in pain, struggling, whatever, and he talks to him. And that's really cool. And so I'm immediately like, okay, Jin Bop's a cool guy, right? Great guy. Probably a great guy. And here's his intro. We say, what's up, Jin Boppers? Or what's poppin', Jin Boppers? Or something like that, right? Like, or like, what's poppin', Jin Bop here? Something like that, right? Like, so he's got this kind of funny little intro. And he's a new guy, new to the lexicon, right? Now we know Jin Bop, and he's this nice guy, and he's someone who looks out for people who are alone, who are struggling. And he doesn't have to, because he was popular in high school. He didn't there's no reason for him to do this. So okay, now we like Jin Bop, right? And we see these different interests with him, whatever. We see these different experiences between Sky and him. We hear these different stories, and there's a lot of love there. Then Jin Bop stops showing up. So no more Jin Bop. Why? What happened? I don't know what happened. I didn't know what happened for a long time. And then I looked it up, and I found a lot more than I was expecting, because he went to prison for engaging with a 14-year-old, knowing it was a 14-year-old, in a very obviously knowing it, very intentional way. Obviously bad regardless, but it's screwed up. It's terrible. It's crazy. And that's just one of those Minecraft YouTubers. That's just one of those stories. One of the classic, this is, and this is, it's to me, it's core to my understanding of Sky and his experience, is that he's kind of, he's sort of, he had this miserable life and things turned around for him. And one of the important people in that, one of the people that are the key influences, is somebody like Jin Bop. And then Jin Bop's in prison. And that's weird. And Dawn's gone. And that's weird. It is really accurate. There's a lot more than that. So that's strange. A lot of strange things. So that was kind of a really just unfortunate thing in general, and we carry on. So now we're continuing on, I guess. The story goes on because Sky Does Minecraft continues to grow in popularity, and this is not the last time that something very similar to this happens. Now we're going to talk about Keemstar and why I hate Keemstar, because this is where it comes in. So whenever I say scumbag, I'm not saying scumbag because of a lot of different things. I'm mostly saying scumbag because of a particular thing that nags at me when it comes to Keemstar. He has done a lot of different things, so I think almost anybody would just be like, I'm sure it was something. Just let any of the things that Keemstar has done that were kind of screwed up, we go with. Keemstar made a video on a creator named Basherverse. We're going to talk about Basherverse now. So before we get into Keemstar and what he did, we're going to talk about Basherverse. So Basherverse is this creator that, much like Sky Does Minecraft, Sky Does Minecraft probably found him because he's so similar, or because of what's a similar set of things that happened. Basherverse is this kind of funny, high-pitched, his laugh is contagious. It's hilarious. He has a hilarious laugh. He plays RuneScape. Grows his popularity in RuneScape, starts to make friends in ways he never had before, shifts over to Minecraft. Hear anything you've heard before, and then from there has this great opportunity, because Sky Does Minecraft, hit, big, successful Minecraft YouTuber, still very much in the prime of his success, and before he made his own company with people involved in it, reaches out to Basherverse and says, hey, you seem really funny, whatever, you want to come on, and we'll play this game together. They play it together, it goes extremely well, and Basherverse is, much like Jin Bop, much like, many of those people, shot into the spotlight. So Basher just keeps on making content, keeps on making videos, keeps on growing his channel, and becomes a core member of Sky's, I guess what was Butter Army or whatever, right? At this time, the gold block, or the gold ingot was Sky's kind of physical representation, and the Butter Army is his, those are his fans, and those are the people that he associates with. Basher is so core to this community, right? Okay, so here we go. So Basher is in this community, they're continuing to grow, whatever. Ultimately, they create something called... ultimately, Sky continues to grow in popularity. There's this thing called the Clout House that's formed. And, this is sort of an example of one of these houses. The thing that really, I think it was called the Clout House. Or it was called, it was like a Minecraft house. Like a Minecraft version of a Clout House, anyway, I guess. And the focus of it was all these different big Minecrafters. That's like Bayesian Canadian, if you remember that guy. Probably don't. But Bayesian Canadian, ASF Jerome, probably Ant Venom, like people like that. Big successful Minecrafters from old Minecraft all joined. And I'm pretty sure Sky Does Minecraft, I don't know if Basher was part of this one. But it's this big house, whatever. And one of the people in that, by the way, might find this kind of interesting, is Post Malone, before he started singing. He was a nerdy, Minecraft-playing, sloppy-haired friend of the people in this house that came around to the house and took part in their content production. Kind of weird. But it's a thing that happened. And anyway, and then he becomes famous later, and it's weird. I feel like you need to do a video essay on this. I know, it's just all useless information in my head, but I like talking about it, I guess. Okay. Have you been listening? How much of this have you actually listened to? That's yeah, okay. Okay, so right now I don't know if you know who, do you know who Keemstar is? Do you know who Basherverse is? These are kind of my house didn't watch anything about it though. Okay, the house is fine. The house is just kind of an example of like sort of what I'm going to get into here a little bit. So this house, it's big, it's popular, whatever. It falls apart because of some internal problems where someone's fighting with somebody, and it's probably Sky Does Minecraft because that's a trend that happens after a lot. But it's also there was a guy that was like this big. There's this big Keemstar. I don't know, Basherverse. Gotcha. There was this guy that would do a lot of redstone. One of the early like redstone Minecraft, guys. Anyway, so you have this house that's full of this thing. This house kind of inspires creation of another house. A house that had a later house where they wanted to kind of recreate this but make it work this time. It was going to work this time. And that one had Basherverse, it had Basherverse, it had Bayesian Canadian, and it had a couple other big Minecraft people in it. I don't believe that it had Sky in it, though. So this house comes along, and they're all in this house, whatever. And then, suddenly, and kind of out of nowhere, as Basher is making content, he gets a girlfriend. And they do weird kind of like semi-sexual content together. Not like actual, but like ice bucket challenge, but she's in the bath, and it's kind of awkward and strange. But he's doing this type of content, and he's also doing a lot of Minecraft content at this point. And he's very famous, very popular, very successful, whatever. Suddenly, breaking news. Killer Keemstar is on the news, and he's talking about Basherverse. What did Basherverse do, and why is he talking about it? Basherverse, it turns out, is a sexual predator. Oh no, what are the odds? Anyway. And this is the story, right? Basherverse, at some point, like, he is on the watch list. Or, like, on the list of someone, and what he's on the list for is for talking to a miner. How did this happen, right? He's this big, successful guy. Okay, you're immediately pulled in, right? So how did Basherverse get in this position? What is happening? What's Keemstar, whatever? And when did this happen? And is this new, whatever? Okay, well, all that we know, all that Keemstar knows, is that Basher is on a list for people who've talked to miners, which is obviously not a good list to be on. We don't know what it's from. We don't really know the circumstances, but it was with like a 14-year-old. Yikes, right? This is just Jinbop all over again. Another Minecraft YouTuber goes to the dark side, I guess. Terrible news. And it was actually really sad and unfortunate. It's actually talking to a miner, I guess I'll say. So not good at all. And Basher is, and what happens from this? Everybody in the house kicks Basher out. They freak out, they yell at him. There's a whole like very public situation going on where Basher is a predator and we all hate him, right? So, as the story continues to develop, Keemstar just keeps making content on it. I can't believe this. This is crazy, guys. Basher did this thing. Oh, terrible. Right. It is terrible. That is a terrible thing to do. And obviously, Minecraft YouTubers, it's par for the course. So, we all kind of believe that's what happened, most likely. And finally, Basher, after kind of responding with like, this isn't what happened, I'll explain what happened, but this isn't what happened, and it's also very personal, eventually he goes on this horrible thing happens with Basher. So he goes on a tirade. He starts live streaming. Terrible idea. He starts live streaming and has a breakdown on stream. Where he yells about Keemstar, and he yells about whatever, and it's like, what's going? Okay, this guy's going crazy, but he's like, it's awful. The whole thing is awful and disturbing. I've just beaten that. Okay, sorry, focus. So awful thing, crazy things going on, and okay, talking to my, okay, yes, exactly. So now we're in this weird position, and it's terrible, and everything's terrible, and it's like, okay, another big Minecrafter down the loop. it turns out, and Basher goes on this tirade, whatever, and basically loses his entire audience over it. But in the process of losing his entire audience, explains that, and this is the story, and we don't know any different. And actually, based on the records, it seems like it's true. Essentially, Basher, when he was 16, got put in a class for people who are like delinquents, right? He got put in a delinquent class, and okay, can I actually win this? Can I actually just live? No. Okay. So he gets put in this delinquent class, and so it's with other people of varying ages, right? And he starts talking to this girl, or this girl really starts talking to him. He's a very shy person. He has like kind of anger management issues, and so he's very like, he doesn't reach out and talk to people at all. And he's very like a very lone person. He's like 16, right? And I didn't know how old he was now, by the way. No one did. No one knew how old Basher was. Yes, new high score, right in the middle of my, yes. So girl starts talking to Basher, whatever. They chat back and forth. Girl gives Basher her number. Okay. 14 and 16. It's not like the best, but it's also not like that crazy. However, Basher being a delinquent and their daughter being a delinquent, the parents of this girl hire a PI who notes down, like who basically follows and monitors and whatever. And once he has enough, he takes this. And basically what they tell Basher, so he gets taken to court over this as a 16-year-old, and they say, and these circumstances, to my understanding, he said there's like pictures or anything. It was just like talk, but obviously not right, not okay, not good. But also, obviously, 16, 14, not the weirdest thing in the world. Not good, but not uncommon. Especially for what then happens, where they tell him you'll either be going to prison over this, or like not prison, but like juvie. You'll spend. They initially say you're going to spend 2 years in juvie, and we're going to put you on a sexual predators list, right? And Basher is terrified, doesn't know what's going to happen. His family is pissed off at him. Obviously, this girl's family is very angry, and the girl's not talking to him because she can't, whatever. And so this is kind of his position. And then, thankfully, they tell him, okay, if you just, like, plead guilty to it, whatever, you won't get put in juvie for this amount of time, but you will be put on a sexual predators list. And as you probably know, you don't get off those. And so this is where he ends up. What happens after this, though, is, and this is where the story gets kind of crazy, is that Basher locks himself inside his house, literally, like his mom's house. He lives with his mom, never leaves his room, becomes afraid to leave the door. She feeds him for the next 10 plus years. He's in his 30s. He's in his 30s now, and he hasn't left his room in like over a decade, besides like to go to the bathroom, right? So that's Basher's story. That's why Basher played RuneScape like crazy, ended up becoming whatever on there. And this is like something from when he was 16. And if he had explained this, he might have gotten some flack for it, but he didn't just get some flack for it. He was, in a time where people were more and more wary of Minecraft YouTubers, where stories had come out, he was like the Minecraft YouTuber who was a predator. And Keemstar was all over this. He made like 5 videos in 5 days. Keemstar having, millions of people watching him and so on. This being a very catchy story for like when Minecraft was blowing up. Minecraft had continued to escalate and grow and grow and grow in size to a point where now it was at maybe the peak of where Minecraft ever was back then. And he became like the figurehead for a predator. And he deleted his channel and he disappeared for like 3 years. Okay. So 3 or 4 years, literally gone. And nobody knows if he's, nobody knows if he's gone, right? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy what's happening. And then Keemstar gets a little flack over it and continues his stuff. But I think, for me, that stuck with me because I'm like, so there's, in telling the news, you're supposed to do a little bit of due diligence. This is not the only time. So, like, this was so extreme to me that it tainted my view of Keemstar in a way that I don't think it'll ever change. At least that it's in a very, like, I have a problem with the way that he operates. And what he'll do for money and the lives he would be willing to ruin. Although, like, yes, Basher made a mistake. He was punished for it over a decade ago. And now he's just a guy. Now he's actually found happiness, success, a girlfriend who broke up with him over it. Like, he lost everything. All of his friends, like, a lot of his fans received an unbelievable amount of hate, death threats, and so on. Obviously, of course he would have. And at the center of it is Keemstar making a series of videos where he talked about Basher being a predator. It's just another Minecrafter, right? And really, really cashes in on this concept. Now, ultimately, admittedly, after ruining Basher versus life, and thankfully not literally getting him killed, but it wouldn't have been surprising. I gotta be honest, like Basher versus Headspace at that point, I remember like, because he did a few different streams after this that were deranged. Basherverse was losing his mind. And kind of understandably, because he was in his room for like a decade. Like, it's crazy. When all this stuff came out, it was actually crazy. After ruining his life, basically, Keemstar, well, what Keemstar tells his fans is that he invited Basher to the first Minecraft Monday. Like, years later, when he's doing Minecraft Monday, people ask about Basher still, because this was such like a demented situation. And Keemstar tells them, well, I invited him to the first one, and he said he would go, and he didn't go. It's like, of course he didn't go. You ruined his life. Like, this guy, like, he's so mentally screwed up. Now, like, not to excuse everything, but you almost can excuse everything. It's like, no one got harmed. Like, not in a substantial way. He was 16, so he was a minor, you know? Like, there's an extent to where it's like, this is obviously inappropriate and unacceptable. But then the question is, like, should Basher be punished, or should his parents be punished? Like, and I don't know necessarily that they should be, but I'm just saying, like, if we're gonna be mad at somebody, the 16-year-old who talks to a 14-year-old who's in a delinquent class, who then locks himself in his room for 10 years, like, there's something wrong there. I don't know. It's a whole situation that's such a mess. It probably isn't good for Basher to be in the position to be influential to so many people at that scale, because inevitably something would have happened. Something bad would have happened, probably no matter what, because he needs, like, therapy and help. Like, he needs to, you know, that's probably all true, and that's fine, but oh, man, I hated Keemstar after that. Like, that really twisted my opinion of him a lot. In all fairness, the thing that people think of more when it comes to Keemstar is, like, the old man who he accused of being a pedophile, who ended up not being a pedophile, and then, like, ruining his life, because he just kind of looked like somebody Keemstar saw who looked like a similar guy. Like, they're both old, I guess. So Keemstar ruins this, like, old, like, YouTuber guy's life over it, or tries to. Like, almost does. But, like, that guy was just one. And everybody's on his side. Like, so for like a day or two, you like massively harm this guy's future and so on. And everybody talks about that, but Basher just gets pushed to the wayside, forgotten. Yeah, to me, Basher is like, and honestly, like, I'm not saying Basher is like this great person. And I also don't necessarily think Basher should be in a position of power or control. I think Basher I think he needed help back then, and he probably will for the rest of his life. But that doesn't excuse it. That doesn't excuse it. It's so bad, what Keemstar did there. So that's your Basher story. Holy cow. There have been video essays. I remember over the past few years, like I've seen at least a couple, because I looked them out, right? Skydoes Minecraft isn't bad for those reasons. He's more like, Skydoes Minecraft himself is kind of, to my understanding, well, yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. This is crazy stuff. And it happened here on YouTube, right? This is the history and the mystery of YouTube, right? But it's crazy. It's crazy the things that have happened over time. Yeah, there's your Basher story. There's so many stories, though. Like, that might be one of the more extreme ones, and certainly one of the ones I'm more passionate about is, like, because I was there for so much of it, because I watched the descent into madness for Basher, it stuck with me pretty heavily. I was also pretty young, to be fair. Lamingo and Rays won't work in another genre. I feel like, is that Modern Minecrafters? I'm not sure that I've seen them, but Minecraft does feel a little bit haunted by that, but so does YouTube, okay? It's not just Minecraft. Not that I don't have any intention of playing Minecraft on my channel anyway, but I would go as far as to defend, like think about Onision, right? Like, think about, like, a lot of these guys. There's honestly, Onision's, like, the biggest one, to be fair. But, I mean, well, shoot. Yeah, I'm not aware of, a ton, but I know, well, I mean, I guess you could look at Andrew Tate or something, right? But there are always going to be people that do messed up things. Minecraft is just a very... Oh, Roblox. There you go. Roblox. It's not all Minecraft. Roblox is there, too. But, yeah, it is very... Oh, yeah. They're all Minecrafters. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Okay, where am I going? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. I hate this part. I don't know if I can beat this part. Ugh, okay. Oh, that's... Yeah. Oh, wait. New record, though. New record. That's good. Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been crazy, and the worst people have always been... Like, honestly, another side to this, though, too. Driftforce YouTube is the best. Thank you. I'm enjoying it so far, and it's actually been pretty fun talking about all this stuff. It's weird that it just kind of comes to my mind. I've thought about talking about it before, and I have to think about some of it, but it's flowing pretty well right now. I feel like... yeah, I feel like... Let's see. So I was talking about Sky Does Minecraft a little bit ago. We had our Basherverse tirade, and then there's also. What if I turned this into what if I turned these into videos? Okay, like what if I just made like a Basherverse commentary video and just cut that part out and uploaded it? I don't know if that would really fit that well with my audience, to be honest, but it's kind of funny. Yeah, I feel like so Sky Does Minecraft's in a different position a little bit because, and I mentioned earlier, we remember from the past, the old part of the talk where Sky's girlfriend Dawn, his first online girlfriend anyway, the first girl who he was online with, stuff happens there, and Dawn disappears, and no one knows really why, but it kind of gets forgotten about because he explodes in popularity after that. So whatever. It turns out supposedly that he paid off Dawn, and I think there is record of this, that he paid off Dawn to disappear, to not make a new channel, and to not talk about whatever happened for them to break up. Weird behavior, right? Then we look at Sky Does Minecraft's friends. So you've got Jinbop, you've got Basherverse, and so there's some weird trends here going on, especially in this guy's circle. Actually, more than like almost any. The only other, like when I think that there's been like a few different people in Sky's circle that have been weird. Whereas I think outside that, like there's Lion Maker, I guess. But there's not, like, I'm sure there's got to be other Minecrafters that were crazy. Maybe Syndicate, but Syndicate wasn't really like predatory stuff. His was just like fan stealing stuff. But this goes on, and things start to go weird for Sky later. So okay, careful here. So, oh gosh, dang it. Okay, what am I saying? Things go weird for Sky because after all this stuff happens, the big house, whatever, all this stuff is going on, Sky is finally like, he's got these two different things on his mind. The first thing, I don't like being so family friendly. This is Sky's thought. I never swear, and I swear a lot in my personal life. It feels weird, like I'm faking myself a little bit. That's one side of everything going on. The other side is, I don't like just playing Minecraft. I've been playing Minecraft for a long time, and that's all that I play. I want to play something else. I want to showcase other things. I'm bored of it. I've been bored of it. I've been bored of it for years, right? So that's your position as Sky Does Minecraft in this case where now you're Sky Does Minecraft, I guess. Okay, so Sky Does Minecraft has this problem, and he's trying to think about how to solve it, and he has a couple different ideas. One thing is to spruce things up. What if he had a company? Because he's already big. He's a Minecraft recognized person. What if he took some other Minecrafters, made a company, and they did the Minecraft stuff for him, and he was more of a manager? He wouldn't have to be so in on everything all the time. He could push off some of the work to other people. He could still get paid. He could fund them and take a portion of the revenue, and he could advertise them. And so he's basically like, at this point, remember Machinima? He is basically like, I want to be Machinima now, please. Yes. Now your souls are mine, but now you have a chance. If you want to succeed, little Minecraft creatures, then I will give you all of the success you could hope for, but you need to give me your money and anything you make from it, right? Kind of actually a genius idea, because if you think about a genius and evil genius a little bit, because if you think about the success of YouTubers, a lot of the time when they get their big break, it's because some bigger YouTuber, they go on their channel, they showcase themselves, and now their channel kind of blows up. That happens a lot. Where someone's personality, like think about like Jay Schlatt, for example, with Tribute to Minecraft, that kind of blew him up. But if he hadn't joined in on that Discord and been so much a part of the conversation and made all the jokes and whatever and shown his personality to this wider audience, it might not have been as big. The name is The Grand Minecraft YouTubers Info Dump. Imagine thumbnail. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should actually read some of these chats. I've been going for a minute. But okay. So when I die next, I will read. Okay. So where am I going with this? Sky Does Minecraft. Yes. So there's good and bad to this, right? So you're a little creator, you know, you're whoever, you're a creator of YouTube stuff, but you have this bigger creator who's willing to put you in their videos. That's huge. You might go from making no money to making tens of thousands of dollars overnight, right? And at this time, maybe realistically, that might have been really how much like, because old YouTube paid a lot more per view. So you're gonna make a ton of money. However, I want like 50% of it. Well, $0 versus $10,000, but they take half, so $5,000. That's a really good deal for me. But then if you think with the other creator, I've got to work with people. Normally, I don't get any cuts of that. So I'm taking $5,000 without having to do anything. And if I can allow their channel to grow further, they can do all the work. They can do the thing that I'm so tired of now, and I'll get paid for their work, right? That sounds pretty good. So now this is the position that he's in. Okay, let's see. So, okay, we're pausing there. What do we got? Back was immediately pulled in, talking to a miner, high score. Okay, technical Minecrafters. Driftforce YouTube is the best. I'd edit for you free, but not that much. Imagine thumbnail by the Driftforce track by the sky is replaced with J Schlatt. And the name is the Grand Minecraft YouTuber. Yeah, that's funny. Oh no, sounds like something bad will happen. I'd imagine nothing bad will ever come of this. Okay, so all of this is a little sketchy. Not just it kind of comes across a little sketchy, but in a way they're all agreeing to it, right? So like he could come out of this, make a ton of money, build a company, and never have to worry again about actually showing up on camera if he so wanted to. But Sky Does Minecraft has been a big, popular, successful channel for a long time. He's not just going to leave the camera. And he also has a lot of unresolved things. As we may recall, Sky Does Minecraft was a very miserable and depressed and directionless youth. He got saved by a guy who's now in prison for predatory behavior. And then he blew up on the internet and became a sensation. So there's some problems going on in his life. And the last girl who he had dated, at least publicly, he paid off to not talk about it. So there's some stuff that we're cooking. We're cooking some. There's something cooking, and it smells not so great. And now we've started a company. We've started a company where now these people have to answer to Sky Does Minecraft, resident nice guy, and so this leads to internal problems, but externally things are going fine. The company is growing. Sky changes his name from Sky Does Minecraft to Sky Does Gaming. I don't know if you've known or heard of this, and plays more of a variety of games. But within his group, he still plays the Minecraft. Their channels are growing. He's taken a cut. Okay, things are working out just fine for Sky Does Minecraft here, or gaming now, perhaps. Okay, can I manage this? Okay. And then we pop. Okay. And then, now we go from here. Okay. So Sky is growing his platform, growing his popularity, and then some internal stuff starts to go wrong. So the internal things that went wrong with Sky early on, the stuff people heard of first, as this, the channel is growing, he's making a bunch of money. A lot of that came down to that he would yell at and harass the people who worked for him like crazy. He was a really weird boss. So people didn't want to say anything about it because it would ruin their reputations, ruin their futures, right? So he's got this whole group of people, and they're all really sweet, really nice, and honestly kind of like Basher. Some of them have this very similar attitude, and I feel like Sky probably was looking to recreate Sky Does Minecraft with new people. Just take people with the same set of personalities and have them interact, and it'll work. And it does. It does work pretty well. But behind the scenes, he's yelling at them. He's telling them that they don't make enough money. He's telling them they don't record enough. He's like, whatever. He's like harassing them. He's down-talking them. A lot of stuff's going on. But on the outside, it feels like things are still somewhat okay. Then, I'm pretty sure some video gets released where Sky is like freaking out on one of his employees. And then they start kind of complaining about what's going on, whatever, and Sky takes a step back. So there's some internal problems, and now they're in front of the audience. And people are like, this is strange, but we don't know why it's happening. And we all love Sky. He's been here. He's the OG, He's been here since the beginning. He started this whole operation. But it's a little, maybe he's got something going on. Or maybe he's a jerk. And so now there's a divide in the fans a little bit. But continuing from there, Sky gets with a girl, and what was her name? Like Alea or something. And she is, like, the fans love her. She's very friendly. She's funny. She plays Minecraft. They do the, Valentine's mod, Minecraft thing, like every Minecraft YouTuber did to get some extra clicks on that time of the day, time of the year. And that's fine. That's fine. So from there, some weird stuff happens. So she gets pregnant, and then we learn that she probably cheated on him. Not good, right? Not good. and that it seems like she's kind of crazy. She's kind of acting really weird. Like, Sky's telling us that she is, like, going nuts, whatever, and then Sky's like, no, I shouldn't have said that, we're just having some problems, whatever, and this is back and forth over and over again. We're getting these, like, mixed signals. Like, she's not good, she's abusive. Is she abusive? Maybe. Sounds like it. That's kind of what he's saying. But he's not fully committing. He's not fully committing to that being what's happening. So that's kind of how things go for a while. And then she has the kid, and then they divorce. So they got married, they got divorced, I believe. Or at least they split up. I don't know if they were married, but I know that the split up was really rough, and there was a lot of live streaming involved in a lot of it. Very bad idea. So there's a video. I remember watching a lot of this stuff. I'm a little unclear of how I remember when I watched, there was a video like essay on the Sky Does Minecraft era and some of the crazy stuff. I think the Dawn stuff is really kind of telling, but here's where I start to lose track of some of what really went on. Is I believe Sky sent a ton of deranged stuff to his friends, to her. The whole time all this is going on, when he's saying that she's acting crazy, he's on drugs all the time. Turns out he has a lot of habits that are not very public. And that's okay, you know. But the harassment of his employees, the harassment of his, like, baby mama, I guess you'd call her, while she was pregnant was really severe. And there are messages to prove how severe it was. And there are times where he threatens to off himself. There are times where he threatens to do all kinds of crazy things. And she has to, like, calm him down, and she's afraid for the kid, and she's afraid because he's the dad of the kid, and so on. So there's a lot of stuff that comes out later on. And that's really where this kind of gets crazy. So what happens to Sky? So all this stuff is going on. He's splitting with this person. He's live streaming their split in a lot of ways. He's calling her crazy. And then he creates a new name, a new channel name. So he's no longer Sky Does Minecraft. He's no longer Sky Does Gaming. What direction do you think Sky went in terms of music? Where would a Minecraft YouTuber take their career next? Rap, apparently. So he becomes a rap artist. Now, why might that have been? Well, there are some ways that we could actually think about this as making some sense. Maybe most notably because of Sky Does Jazz, I suppose. Yeah, jazz. Yeah. Most notably, possibly because of Post Malone. So Post Malone is a close friend, like a friend of all of them, all the Minecraft YouTubers back in the good old days, and came to the Minecraft party house. Yes. Well, he's not Sky Does Rap. He's called Net Nobody. That's kind of out of nowhere. And he calls out other rappers, and they're like, "Are you a Minecrafter? What's going on?" And he's like, and then he starts doing, he does diss tracks, right, on big rappers, on like people that, like, and gangsters and people that aren't like Minecraft YouTube guys. With his audience of Minecraft, you know, viewers, largely children, he turns in, like, he gets a bunch of tattoos on his face, all over his body. This is like a weird direction that is kind of out of nowhere. It feels out of nowhere, but it might not be that out of nowhere. So close friends with Post Malone. For a while, at least friends with people who are friends with him, whatever. So there is, like, possibly some influence there. And then additionally to that, heavy drug use, marital/children problems, like things like this going on. Rap is, in my opinion, there's a lot of it, like, an expression of struggle. So, like, an important part of hip hop and rap is that there's something going wrong, and it's so wrong that you need to find a way to express it. You need to rebel against it, whatever's going wrong. Not all of it. Now, plenty of rap isn't like that, and it really depends. But I think there's a core. It's sort of like, honestly, I guess like jazz or like I mean, even country, frankly. There's a lot of different music types that have, like, generally certain sets of elements that are consistent. And I think it kind of makes sense. So Sky kind of wants to be taken more seriously. He's been a Minecraft YouTuber since forever. He feels disrespected. He feels in terms of rap, like, he starts doing rap and everyone kind of dismisses him. Being dismissed is, I think, a core kind of component of rap. Is like don't dismiss me. I'm serious. I'm gonna be somebody. I'm gonna make it happen. It's very like power focused. So, I don't know. And some of that, I'd have to think about my thoughts on some of that more. But in general, I think that some of that's true. Like, if you think about, I guess if you think about Eminem, or you think about, I don't know. Whatever. Weird. It's a weird turn, though. Isn't it, like, weird? Why? Why does Sky go to rap? But he does. And the whole world kind of laughs at him. And then I think a couple years later, that's when everything started to come out. Video essays got made where they took all of these screenshots from his ex-wife, where he was going to get drugs, where he was spending a lot of money, by the way, as well. So it's like kind of, I guess, public knowledge at this point that he was spending an unbelievable amount of money on drugs, which is why he was so desperate for money, which is why he was so aggressive with his employees as well. But yeah, there's a general feeling that he's an addict and kind of a jerk. And he's willing to do things that are super unethical to get his way, including paying off Dawn, including threatening people, and harassing, yelling at, throwing things, attacking physically, to a certain extent anyway. He's willing to do kind of whatever it takes to get his way. And that's kind of messy, because this is our Minecraft YouTube guy. This is that guy from before who was, you know, one of the big Minecraft YouTubers that brought in our little fun gaming environment. Everything comes together. Yes, exactly. Yeah, the through lines. There's a lot of, I feel like, a bizarre thing about Sky Does Minecraft, or maybe it makes sense, really, is that it feels like the people that he associates with, a lot of them, these things happen. Abuses of power, especially. And Sky Does Minecraft could probably be, like, most notably, like, the downfall of Sky Does Minecraft, or whatever you want to call it, could most notably be recognized as a need to abuse power. Like, he was obsessed with the abuse of power. He obsessed with taking control of other people and having what he needed, getting what he wanted, whatever. And that's what a lot of his friends did in a lot of different ways. Although, when it didn't suit him, I think he was also, like with Basher, he dropped Basher so fast. When that stuff went on with Basher, it was like, no way. Because it's not like he's allying himself with people that do that because he cares about them. He's allying himself with people that do that because they're successful, because they get him closer to what he wants. I do feel like, and this has all been, in general, all been kind of a negative thing. Like, when I think about old YouTube, I remember there was somebody that was talking about the problems of YouTube. I think I've talked about this topic before, where they're kind of chatting about, like, the problem with YouTube is all this censorship. We used to have all these people that could just say whatever they want, do whatever they want, at least up to a certain extent, and now we're censoring. And it's like, I mean, the problem with YouTube, like, the biggest problem YouTube has been addressed pretty well, and it's predatory behavior. It's very consistent. If you look at the past, if you look at almost anybody in there, like any of the actions taken, it's so messy, it's so ugly, and especially like I think if you're young now and you're into YouTube, I hope that you won't deal with this same perspective shift that I've dealt with, because I feel like there was a point where I looked up to Onision, which is horrible, because he's horrible. And even then, he was kind of horrible, but go to pause again. Okay, sure. I'm definitely branching into semi-negative, or fairly negative topics, but yeah, I do feel like modern stuff isn't as bad. Like, if I look at the biggest negatives right now on YouTube, to my understanding, of things that are like for kids to experience, where they're like, this sucks, would be someone like Wilbur Soot, somebody like George Not Found, and George Not Found is probably just innocent. Like, everything is kind of leading that direction, and Wilbur Soot's big issue is it's an abuse of power, but it's like biting. It's not like, which is bad. Okay, you shouldn't do stuff against someone's consent, but it's not Jin Bop. It's not Basherverse, or what we talked about with Basherverse. It's none of these things. And so I do think that that's on an upside, on a good note. It feels like YouTube is trending in the right direction. And that feels nice. That feels nice to feel, anyway. I could be wrong. I think I'm right. And here's why I think I'm right. Think about Keemstar now. Keemstar would never do that stuff again. I don't think he would ever do that stuff again. Not because he's morally, objecting to it, because morals and Keemstar, to me, don't go together at all. But because it would hurt him so much worse now. people would remember. There's more people watching, more people criticizing, more people focused on it. Like when Keemstar was, I mean, I can go into a long tangent about Keemstar pretty easily. And it's luckily with Keemstar, it's a lot less severe, so that wouldn't be as bad to talk about maybe for an extended amount of time. But old Keemstar stuff was possible because nobody was really watching, and because the people that were watching were in the same, like all of them relied on him. Keemstar was like, I guess, like Machinima in a way as well. Because with Keemstar, like, he pulled in a lot of people who were... He pulled in a lot of people who were, I guess, somewhat interested in the same direction. Like, Pyrocynical is one example. Another example, it was A under A, I think it was, something like that. A bunch of these different, like, people who ultimately became massive video essayists who, well... Pyrocynicals come under some fire, and maybe for good reason, but not as bad as some other people. But anyway, Keemstar pulls in these different people, and he used to be able to kind of just bully them in any direction and stay popular. But now I think that there's a whole new, like, video essayists didn't really exist with old YouTube. Grade A under A, that's what it is. Grade A under A was one of the few people who was really successful at video essay, and video essays are really powerful. They're very, very good for convincing people of ideas that they didn't really have before. So, like, as an example, D'Angelo Wallace, I think, has been extremely successful with video essays. He did a video essay on Shane Dawson. Hopefully you already know about that one because that's dark. He did a video essay on James Charles, again, kind of a darker one. And then on, like, a lot of, like, the makeup YouTubers, and that's what really blew up his channel. D'Angelo Wallace's big problem is the edgy era was that algorithms were young, and they were like, oh wow, people comment so much here. I'll push it, yeah, push it to the same set of people. Oh, okay, what happened there? Push it more without knowing that it's talking about dark stuff. That's true. Yeah, that's true. I can agree with that. I feel like, okay. I feel like, the edgy stuff it's kind of a mix because, like, the perspective, I think because you're coming at it from a perspective, a modern perspective, you look at Filthy Frank, for example, and see the objection to it that should be there. But there is another side to something like Filthy Frank that maybe doesn't exist with other things. So, like, if you think about Filthy Frank existed, and Filthy Frank was at least doing it ironically. Although, irony is a shield a lot of people use without earning it, I'll say, I guess. Oh, crap. How long am I going? But still, he was using it ironically, and there were people who really weren't. So Leafy is a really good example of someone who wasn't using irony to hide what they were doing. They were blatantly hateful people. And they managed to do really well on YouTube because of that. When Filthy Frank was happening, I've seen the Cake Trilogy. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Have you seen Life Hacks? That to me, Life Hacks holds up pretty well. Although it's a little bit crazy, but it's funny. And I think the Cake Trilogy holds up pretty well. I would agree that there's a lot of stuff from back then that doesn't really hold up. Although, like, the mean comments, it's hard. Like, there's some parts of it that don't hold up, and parts of it that do, I suppose. The random equals funny side of it did exist, though, and I would also agree with, like, that aspect of things was not as good as it could have been. But yeah, I would say I don't know if I don't know, like, when they say Filthy Frank wouldn't survive in a modern era, I think a modernized Filthy Frank would probably be really funny too, though. I also think, like, there are modernized iDubbbz. The problem with modernized iDubbbz, like you mentioned somebody, I'll have to look at who that was you were talking about that does content cops better than iDubbbz did. iDubbbz's content cops were good in part because nobody else was doing what he was doing. So, like, to be fair, but I would say, yeah, there's probably better ways to do them, and especially now, like, there's this weird position now where iDubbbz is kind of being compared against, what's that guy's name? What's Filthy Frank era? Check it out later. Yeah. What's that guy's name? Sam Hyde. iDubbbz and Sam Hyde, that's like the fight, right? That's the real fight. Because there was a guy named, Froggy Fresh that was and it's funny, actually, I recently watched a breakdown that was extremely, extremely anti-iDubbbz. and I was watching it. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember they were talking, and they brought up some point, and they asked some question, and they were like, but why would that happen? And it was something like why would you in the past have done this, but now you do this? Like, that makes sense. And it's like, well, yeah, you changed. Like, is that crazy? Or I forget. It was like, maybe why would you, let's see, hold on. It was inviting somebody and not inviting somebody, or like having a problem with something and not something else. There was some big point they made central to the video, like in the middle of the video, where they were saying like, this thing doesn't make any sense. And I was just sitting there like, yeah, it does. Do you just not think about it? You're just gonna say it doesn't make sense, or we're just gonna leave it there and you're gonna use it as like a core position? Like, it actually, a lot of it does make a lot of sense. But I think it's something I find a lot. And everybody makes disingenuous arguments sometimes, or isn't fair to somebody, I suppose. Like, that happens. It is what it is. It's not always intentional, I guess. But I remember with this particular one, I remember with this video, it was frustrating because I was like, and I found it a lot. I wish I could remember who it was. I know there's Turkey Tom is like one big video essayist that's been around for a while and has had kind of mixed reviews. But there's another big one that's kind of been around semi-recently and is they are very politically specific, I guess. Like, they always side with the one side, and there's a lot of times, so there's this thing called grifting, and I'm not gonna get overly into it, but it's basically a concept of like, somebody agrees with something or says something because their fan base believes it, even if they don't believe it themselves. There are times where, especially with this, there's a particular person, a video essayist, where whenever I see what they're doing, I'm just like, you just don't want to ask, like, you ask the question, but then you don't actually think about it. Like, it actually, like, what you're saying and acting like it's ridiculous does make sense. You just don't want it to make sense because it's inconvenient for your overall narrative. Which is crazy behavior. Because, a lot of video essays, the way you structure a video essay, generally, is like, you showcase what's happening, you ask questions, and you kind of provide answers. You look at the different sides of things. Well, why would they do this? Here's the different directions they could have gone, and none of them is right. Right? And here's why this one's not right, that one's... You look at it from every angle, and you break it down, and you tell us basically why, no matter which way it goes, this person's in the wrong. If you believe they're in the wrong. Because that's just how you do something. Like, you do that because you want to be... you want to be doing like the due diligence. You want to convince people. You don't want people to be left with like this question in their head where they say, yeah, I'm not really so sure if I agree with that. Like, or you didn't really explain that very well. That doesn't actually make any sense. Because then the rest of the video, I'm just sitting there like, yeah, but your point hinges on this thing and it didn't make sense. So now you're just coming across as like a hack, you know? And I do find that a lot. I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good. Because I think that D'Angelo Wallace, like, a part of this is political, a part of this is maybe an argument style. A lot of it kind of gets baked into itself. For me, D'Angelo Wallace is probably a lot more, I guess, left-leaning, or like, I would probably generally consider myself left-leaning, let's say, but I would consider him to be, like, pretty radically in that direction. But he does a really good job of convincing me of things that I don't agree with, initially. So, I think about the thing, and I experience the thing, and I'm like, okay, I can actually see why that's how you feel about it. That actually makes sense. Whereas I feel like a lot of people, the way they do video essays is like, if you agree with me already, you're going to love this one guy. It's like, come on. That's kind of lazy, right? Like, give me all of the explanations, help me understand where you're coming from. Or just don't make a video. Because I don't need you to, like, there's terms for it that are kind of derogatory, but I don't need you to basically just, like, pat yourself on the back, or pat your group on the back, pander so much. It's ugly. There are people that are good at that end of things. It's like important. Like as an example, and depending on where you're from, like, I had a conversation with my brother the other day. There are, at least in the U.S., we have. Do you watch any new Minecraft YouTube? Well, I feel like I did. I used to watch when Wilbur Soot stuff came out. To me, that feels new because that's not like the old YouTube, but. Wilbur Soot and Tommy in it, and I did a little bit of Dream SMP stuff, especially Techno. It's so freaking, like, so sad. That actually, like, legitimately bothered me really bad for a while, that whole situation, because Techno was a really genuine person. And it was so, it's like, just, like, so young, like, out of nowhere. It just felt, anyway. Okay. So I want to go on the right side. Oh, and then stay on the right side I was hoping to do, but I guess I went the left side anyway. So, yeah, where am I going, though? I feel like, yeah, modern Minecraft YouTubers, I'm not so sure. But what was I saying? Yeah, I guess so. Like I was talking to my brother pretty recently here. Politics is something that I try to kind of generally avoid, but I'm generally left-leaning, or probably fairly left-leaning in some ways. You know, there's obviously the spectrum is like weird, and there's different issues to be concerned about one way or another. But I remember there was the topic, and also I think every country kind of goes about things differently as well. But we were kind of talking, and there's a lot of people in the U.S. complain about. A lot of people in the U.S. complain about. Oh, am I gonna get a record here? If I could, maybe. The electoral college and like the way our system is currently set up. A lot of people don't really. Oh my God, don't really like that very much. And like states' rights versus federal rights and so on. There's a lot of like stuff, and I don't know how aware you are really that end of things, or if you really care that much about it. To be fair. But we were kind of chatting about it, and generally, I would think of myself very much. So, okay, if I sprint here, no, I can't sprint yet. Okay, got it. Oh, okay, I thought you could sprint at the beginning. That got me killed. Gosh, dang it. Oh, okay. So, wait, was that? Oh, it was so close to a record. Wait, 197,800. Oh, it is a record, barely. Oh my gosh, it actually happened. Yeah. So I'm just gonna finish off and say I generally, generally left-leaning, whatever. On the issue of states' rights, I think that the idea of breaking up a country by state kind of makes sense. And so I was initially kind of responding. He was sort of making a point of like this way of doing things isn't good. And I was like, well, it was made by a lot of really smart people. I wouldn't just dismiss an entire thing. I would probably want to do some research into it and kind of figure it out and at least have an understanding of it before I dismiss the whole concept. And then he goes on to kind of say, well, it's stupid because if it was based on like democracy, new record, if it was based on like full democracy, just purely based on vote, like that takes into account everybody. Like instead of saying, well, this state we're valuing more than this state or disproportionately relative to the people in it and so on. And so I kind of responded to that. I was like, okay, like I can kind of understand that, although I don't necessarily know the full outcomes of it. But I think in terms of like different laws in different states, that can be a really good thing, because maybe there's something that you really agree with, and then somebody else really disagrees with. But let's say like there are cases where maybe the majority of people in the country agree with you, and so you think everyone should have this everywhere in the country because the majority agree with it, so it should be good. But what if the majority disagreed with you, right? Of U.S. politics is lobbying. It might be. I've heard mixed responses to lobbying. I think it's a little bit of a scapegoat sometimes, because like U.S. politics. Also, what is the problem in politics exactly? Like, is there a problem with politics in general? Is also another thing. So, and you would say, yeah, right. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. So in the U.S., to kind of, at least for the topic that I'm talking about, one part with the U.S., I would wonder as well if in your country they do the same thing or have a similar thing at all. In the U.S., we have like a lot of land, a ton of land, not a lot of people in that land relative to the amount of land. I mean, so like Russia is probably worse in that way, but generally speaking, that's like a core component. So there are states where there's a ton of people in them and states where there's really not very many people at all. Like Nebraska, let's say, is just like an example, has, let's say, let's say 10 million people. And then let's say like California has like 80 million people. Well, that means that, let's say there were only two states. In this example, there's only two states. So we just have Nebraska and California. And anything California votes on happens. Nebraska doesn't really matter. Country calls lobbying corruption. It's outlawed and nobody questions it. Yeah, I could see lobbying. There's problems with lobbying, although I don't know how much lobbying actually influences anything. That's kind of the bigger thing that I wonder about, because I think it's talked about as though it's like this end all be all, but I'm not sure to what extent it is. But I agree that I don't really personally, I don't understand the benefit of lobbying, except that maybe like, oh, here's a good example. It could be the case that the average person or citizen doesn't have as good of an understanding of what will benefit the economy as a company. That would be the example of like a counter to this. I don't know if I fully agree with that perspective, but it probably is true. It probably is true, but I don't know if it's so important that we should allow lobbying just because that's probably a reality. In the same way as like if you want, let's say we were like taking a vote on whether or not devs should be allowed to use Unity and charge money for, oh, surely work? Yeah, good idea. So whether or not devs should be allowed to use Unity, it's a free program, but now charge a customer for that game that they've made. Well, let's say the majority of the country was like, wait, you're saying I could get all the games for free? Like, I know it's probably not right, but I don't care. It doesn't hurt me at all. because I don't know anybody who's a dev anyway, so what does it matter? So why should they be, like, why don't we just make it so they can't even charge, we get all the games for free, right? That would give me so many more games to play, or whatever. Like, in this case, this is obviously kind of a ridiculous thing, because most adults probably don't care as much about that side of things, necessarily. But, like, in a similar area, like, let's say the majority of the country would benefit by, like, destroying a small group of people. That's generally not good. It's generally not a good thing, which is why education's so important. It's why, like, and potentially why, yes, free game care, yeah. So yeah, that's some of that stuff is like there's times where things work in ways that are kind of weird or unexpected. Unlimited games, but no games. But you get unlimited games. You gotta get that. 29th place. We're in the top 30. Okay, nice. So we've made some good progress here. What time is it? Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I'm kind of rambling about this. Maybe I'll talk about it more. Give up bacon for that. No, you can't give up bacon for that. It's unlimited bacon, but no games. Or games, unlimited games, but no games. So you either get unlimited bacon and no more games, or you get games, unlimited games, but no games. You gotta make your choice, and it's final, right? Either take the bacon, take the unlimited bacon, or take the unlimited games and no games. Still a good option though. All right. So this has been Driftforce, a very loosely put together, a very strange sort of a stream, talking about a lot of different topics and branching out in every which direction, but it's a fun one. I like this game quite a bit. I think it's pretty addictive. I don't know to what extent I'm going to play it off stream from now on because, well, I got a lot of experience there, but maybe I'll think about it more. Games and limited games are two different things. True. But no, right, yeah. You could look at it that way. But yeah, all right. Yeah, this has been Driftforce. Hope you guys did enjoy this one. I'm going to be streaming, thumbnail stream tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. What day is it? Tuesday? On Thursday. And then we'll make more thumbnails and playing more things future. So, yeah. It'll be good. If you like... I don't even know. I should say if you like this type of game, but honestly, I don't play this type of game that much. I play a lot of deck builders, a lot of roguelikes, a lot of different types of games, and sometimes things like this. So if you like the things that are on my channel, I guess subscribe, follow, all that good stuff. And, yeah, thanks for coming around so much. I doubt anyone's even here besides Lapadav in general. Once this goes up, no one's going to watch to the end. But maybe they will. All right. So no games means the first thing gets taken away, but you still have unlimited games left. A whiteboard to get that sorted. True. Yeah, there's so many different potential. First thing gets taken away, but you still have unlimited games left. Possibly. All right. I gotta take off though. I will. Let me know about the rounds thing. Let me know what's going on. And yeah, see ya next time, I suppose. Later. Bye now. Goodbye.